Hey chat. Good morning. How's it going? Alright, logging in. You have some Druid blasting to do today. Hope everyone is doing well. How are you guys? Okay, can you judge real quick? I think I'm gonna grab this on the other characters as well. Get some whispers going. Morning. Speed farm, Druid or Spiritborn? I mean, Druid is really chill actually. It's very tanky. It might be a little bit slower, but not much. Otherwise it's decently fast. I can do like pretty consistent 2 minute runs in a pit, which is nice. Northwest way level 100 to 200. You can farm XP in a pit. That's the only place to get XP really. We've done 10 strongholds and no escalations. That's very unlucky. I think I dropped like maybe 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 or so. They're pretty common. Yeah, the XP dungeons are nerfed. They're not that crazy anymore. From 1 to 60. But 9 minutes is still okay. Yeah. Penshot was super fun. I'm gonna play some more Penshot as well. I actually have a partition now with GA like a hit, which is exactly what I need for Penshot. Eventually I have to get a second one that has crit hopefully. The GA. Yeah, I should do the strongholds at 50. With strongholds you can get to 60. Like 50 to 60 is like, if you're really fast, like 45 minutes or so. with strongholds. Grab that whisper here as well. Farming chest and T4 for your auto is not the fastest. Yeah, that is the fastest, but for someone who's just starting the season. But even so, I usually do the strongholds anyway. Or at least a few of them, you know, you get a few waypoints all over the place as well, which is nice. Like any point in killing these bosses, by the way. Didn't give anything. It's just timer. Here is it dropped to 24%. Uh-oh. 24% is not good, cool. I mean, on softcore you can yodel a bit, but still. Morning Cenobite. Strongholds and Helldites are the way to low up. Yeah, I did the Nightmare Dungeons and Strongholds, but Helldite also works. The fastest is the campaign. If you just wanna like rush to 60, then you just do the Vessel of Halo campaign and then the Stronghold basically, and you're done on a fresh start. And make an escalation under city as well. I don't know, I need to do a lot of shit with under city, to be honest. Like it has so many, you know, bugs and like shitty designs and everything. It's kind of like they made it, which was like a good start, but then they just like left it there for like 4 seasons now. I don't know what to actually take here. How about that? So many points. Okay. Is it still set up here? Let's see it when it comes. Alright. Another round. I need a Jar rune. I have only 2 Jar runes, but I need a third one so I can equip this character too. What if your body's season journey is bugged? The escalation is under 10 minutes? I haven't heard of that yet. Maybe try to relog, change difficulty, something like that. Morning. I also agree, I need to like fix what is already there. Like there's so much like random bullshit that it needs fixing. Dude, it's been days since I played a Spiritborn, holy. Okay, then I don't know, I can't help you, Black Slash. I haven't tried it yet, so I haven't heard of anyone having issues. So you got credit even though you didn't open it, or what? Maybe it's only the guy who opens? Or maybe it just can't be done in party party, I don't know. Morning, Saruman. That's strange. Backslash. Okay, I need to fix my transmog on this guy. This is getting out of hand here. We found good gloves, man. They're very bulky. Yeah, take that. Wait, what? Fuck, I pressed something. Okay. I think there's like a button to equip the entire set or some shit, right? Where's the chest I had? Do like, but also good like arrow keys to go like left, right. That'd be neat. So I don't have to click all the time. What's this? And this. Fucking peg leg. Interesting weapons, yeah. Okay, better. Uh-huh. Yo, Hexan, you got a good razor blade, but you got the shroud chest. The shroud chest is a pretty big DPS downgrade, but a noticeable toughness upgrade. So if you feel like you're struggling with survivability too much, you can run the shroud. So especially for like speed farming, Tom and 4 and so on, you have enough damage anyway with the Spiritborn, and that's doable. But you will notice a lot less damage. Dude, now you can equip the whole set with one click and transmog. Yeah, I just learned it the hard way, actually. Which made me redo everything. Because suddenly I had some random shit equipped everywhere. Did they buff bosses a lot? No, they actually nerfed them a lot. Thank you. What are we farming? These are 57. Okay, let's do 77. Should be chill, I guess. Is this the fabled Earth Sorc? Yes. Splishy splashy Sorc, actually. Mud mage, I like that. So there's some glyph leveling to do, so we're gonna get our glyphs to like 80 or so. Then we're gonna try a bit of like P4 escalation sigils. I think it's time to finally do Astaroth. And do this character. This is actually a very good tanky character to try the new stuff like Astaroth. I think we're not gonna have much trouble. I'm like 3 times tankier than my fucking Spiritborn or something. This is the Beast rune right there, exactly. We're playing a Beast Sorc. It's crazy that even on this tier I'm still one-tapping elites. Occasionally. That's pretty cool. I really like how this feels with like the positioning. Like when I played on PDR, it was so bad, man. Like you walked in the middle, you did a puddle, and then it just like stood there. Boom, 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 boom. It was really boring. I think this is really nice now with like the puddles, and you have to move a little bit. It's nice that I changed that. Yeah, that's what I told them, guys. Like this shit is fucking boring. And then I basically suggested them this design. They did it. Pork. I think it's time to go a few tiers lower again and then boost the glyphs. Streamers are supposed to destroy games, not improve them. You were the chosen one. That's just 70s. 70s are chill. Now I get 10% commission on every Druid unique sold in the game. Oh man. That would be something. I could do so much masterworking. Single target is worse than Sorc. Yeah, I mean, okay. It still pushes like over 100 pretty easily, so can't really complain about anything here, I think. And the thing is that the mechanics of the build definitely help with the bossing as well. Because usually you will not have your full power when you fight packs. But on the boss you will have your full power because you have more time to do all the puddles and stuff. So it kind of like naturally solves that problem a little bit of boss damage being low. Excited, enjoying this challenge. I mean the Druid thing. Yeah, I mean it's cool to see that someone is actually doing something, especially on hardcore. And there's a bit of like a community interest. It seems like people are already like, you know, trying, and like there were some entries. So that's cool. Even though I don't like pit pushing too much, it's just like a nice little thing. And I wanted to play Druid anyway, so I was supposed to make it as my second class. No, I made it as my third, that's fine. Two title tributes on one pit, what the? I'm not sure if I made a video on this actually. I might have made a guide video before launch as well, I think so. Ah, Rabbit Bear.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I guess I go to a neck now. And then retaliation on the normal. Nice. Yeah, Stygian stones are just like the same as any of the like other boss mods. Just go into like Duriel zone and then click them. It's basically more Duriels. I was thinking, did I just mess something up with my aspects? But then I realized I wasn't just pressing Crazy Rage. Now we won't tap. Unless I forget to press Crazy Rage. It's a very forgettable skill. Build S tier. We have it in A right now. But we're gonna make some tier adjustments, I guess. We have a meeting in a week where we usually discuss like all the early season stuff. We'll see where stuff moves. We have to like make some new metric anyway for the pit, because by then at least we know the new pit scaling and stuff. So it could be that we move some stuff around. But it's definitely close enough, let's say. But it's very nice. It's very comfy as well. How do you fix your crazy resource problems on single target with Spiritborn? You can remove the Quax rune as a quick solution, but that's also a big damage loss. Other than that, yeah, you want to have the reactive ooze season power. Hit restore resource on a weapon. Make sure you keep your Ravager up if you use the resource version of it. Stardust Skies helps. Yeah, I mean, technically you can also get resources back with your defensive skills, but I mean, that's not really the solution. That's my take on the season. You missed the invasion and struggle to start the game. Well, it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking to have a good time, this is a good season to have a good time. If you're looking for innovation, then you play PoE. I think the season's very fun, I gotta say. The meta is completely different, every class has new builds on the top. So that is already nice. And most of them are pretty fun builds actually, I think. Then we have the night dimension stuff, which I've done way too little of. But we will do more. And like other small improvements. Play this Pock. Or the Spiritborn. Also nice. You like this chose Druid for the hardcore challenge this time. I mean, kind of for the wrong reasons, but I'll take it. Like on this hardcore challenge, it was like describing, basically the motto is like, the last will be the first. And they were talking about how bad Druid has been. And this is why we chose Druid, or something like that. And we're like, okay, yeah. Okay. But either way, I'm also glad to see some Druids. Fishy Splash. I'm still not really sure how many puddles I'm trying to make for a boss optimally. I usually try 3. You said there's not like a seasonal apex? Yeah, I mean they don't really do it like the PoE style or something like that, or like the D3 style. I mean, here, okay, we have basically D3 season themes, but they're like more elaborate, right? With like items and, you know, powers and stuff. So it's basically D3 themes deluxe. Okay. Now I just need like 5,000 billion gold in order to reroll Envenom on this thing. Fuck. I have 400 million gold. There's zero chance of rolling Venom on this thing, right? Oh god. But if I do, I win. So, we have to try.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit down. For now, I'm just gonna keep blasting with this one here. Because I need to fix my armor. How did I get so much gold? Look at that. A whole 400 million, man. Well, I played the video game, and I vendor many uniques. That's how I get gold. Or you take this amulet that I just found, sell it to someone, and then buy a new Ferrari. Because that's roughly how much this is worth. The win after you temper it. Yeah, the temper can't really go wrong on this build, it's fine. There's nothing crucial I'll have to put on the neck. I know companion or ravens. I'm not much of a nature lover. Yeah, to my 2 rings I got stuck with lacerate tempers. Yeah, I mean the thing is, you don't care about any of the ring tempers really, right? Like Greasy Rage Duration and Greasy Rage Cooldown are both literally worthless right now. And especially when it comes to like the push, you know, you just always be in Greasy Rage, right? You never not be in Greasy Rage basically. So it's fine. Didn't I want to like upgrade my weapon here? What do we have? How much autos do I have? Oof, okay. We definitely have to do some Nightmare Dungeon session here. What about poison damage temper? Well, you want 1 crowd control damage temper for Earthen Devastation, because my Earthen Devastation is only at 52% out of 60. And you want to get that maxed. And after that, usually go for the Earth Crit temper, so that you get 100% crit chance. That's kind of important. components resilient on the Spiritborn amulet. Well, if you're on hardcore, it's not negotiable. But on softcore, if you are resistant to frustration, maybe it's fine. Hi, Baron. Well, the easiest solution to leaderboards without having to fix the entire rest of the game is just make it as death mode. I mean, okay, there's still be plenty of people that will not play SF, but those will probably not be very competitive players most of the time. But yeah, duping eventually has to get some permanent fix, hopefully. They fixed duping in season 47. Nice. Are you sure we did the quest lines thing, Richard? Wait, I got a recipe here. What? I still need recipes. It's Pulv Druid fun. Yeah, it's really cool. It's one of my favorite builds actually in this game. And this is like a cool upgrade to that build as well. That we got this season. Hi Eva. You should try some bear action as well. If you fix one thing, multiple other things can get broken. Yes, so better don't fix anything. It's only gonna get worse. I mean, they have fixed many ways of duping as far as I'm aware. You know, they fixed like 8 ways, but there's a 9th one, you know. So, I don't know. Maybe that one is hard to do. I could imagine that it's very easy to dupe stuff and very difficult to fix them. With, you know, crossplay with like 4 different platforms and all this kind of bullshit going on. It is the Warpedo. Might test more classes this season. Yeah, I feel like on the Rogue you've done so much stuff lately, right, Ava? You probably have left over time at some point. Rogue didn't really change fundamentally from PTR to live. PoE is too complicated for content creators. That's a very interesting piece of information, let's say. Nice, Eva. Good luck. Guys, our rogue class lead on max roll. Might be playing some of his builds. Any info I can spill about BL Planner? I have no idea what they're doing with Borderlands, so I am not involved there in any way. The only way to try and farm a neck would be gambling amulets in the pit. And a kind of kill advantage is very good, but there's also other decent passes. Bridge of Finesse, for example. Even Malice or something. I don't have a kind of kill advantage, but you kind of want to have it later. Class lead and not VIPing. I need to gamba more points for the predictions. If I had to guess, Terabyte is talking about Borderlands. Unless I misunderstood that. Snell? There is zero build craft, there is no argument. And yet, we employ 15 guys that spend 4 to 5 days in their caves as soon as the patch notes drop to create around 100 build guides on max roll each season. Something doesn't check out. Already get a special evade, das ist Jar Rune. You're the first escalation sigil. That's actually wild that you got so unlucky. I figured you didn't do the quest or something, but apparently you did. I have no trouble getting escalation sigils, and sometimes you get more escalation sigils while in the escalation because of the strong rooms, so you can actually somewhat sustain them. think it's not always spawning puddle. Occasionally I do a Pulv and there's no puddle. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's like some sort of limit, how many can be out. There's no palace around here. Thank you. And sometimes I teleport away to the next room and then do a pull and nothing happens. So that's that's the issue I have right now. Yeah, this one, for example, didn't spawn one. I realized I need to send a screenshot to the Druids. Where's my neck? They're gonna love that. Ah, tier 18. You have a spark. Can I do a gamba? Oh, actually I have 2 sparks already. Wait a minute, where did those come from? Okay, which runes do we need for starters? I'm gonna go for starters, I guess. Time for another class. No, we have to play the Druid at least for 31 more hours. Wait, 32 hours actually. It's actually the other way around. I have 32 hours to finish it. At least for the challenge. I'll probably play it more after, but for now we have to go ham here. Wait, why do you want me to make another class now? Real lifetime, yeah. The challenge ends in 32 hours. Ahu for starters. Oh, wonderful. I don't think I have an Ahu even. Or maybe I have one, I don't know. Fuck. miss incursions yet. Absolutely. Why are we spamming only one skill? Yeah, many builds rely on the damage of like one ability mostly in this game. But there's hope that they will change that as well. At least have the option for something different. Like we used to back in Season 0, for example. I gave them a lot of feedback about that. How to bring back the good old multi-skill builds. And it sounds like we might be moving in that direction with what they were hinting at. I did play D3, including a Gen Monk that I played 150 on hardcore with last season. But I didn't do a Gen Monk this season. In Spades has some really big takes, man. It's very funny to read. Drop this spell on their head. Let's go. How's Season 9 so far? Very fun season. Last time we played Season 3, holy. You missed a lot then. It's gonna be an entire new game for you, man. And this is not even hyperbolic. There's a game named wudijo, yes, and no one has beaten it. That would be funny to make my own game. And maybe Pulv is like smashing things. Yeah, like little poison puddles. He smashed the poison puddles. How do you like it, Mart? kind of funny that Diablo 4 has already moved into the free territory where it's like, you know, people played like Season 0 and quit, or people played like Season 2 and then quit, and then they come back like, you know, 1.5 years later, a completely different game. So is there anyone else here who's done something like that? What do you think? Until the season you hadn't seen outside of the training grounds. Welcome to the game, Ava. With Edge Master's aspect, is that sellable? Dude, I got 2 times Vasili's Prayer back to back in the pit. What the fuck? What are the odds? Like from the same run even, I think. I remember, was that like Season 1 or something? Or Season 0 even? I did a Nightmare Dungeon, and as a completion reward I got 2 times Penitent Greaves while leveling. That was nuts. What do we Gamba now? Glove? Attack speed, Pulv, crit. So it's supposed to have 3.8k willpower. That's a lot of willpower. Okay, we have, yeah, percent, okay. That's why. I wonder if I can somehow get away with willpower on the glove instead of crit. Maybe put another earth crit temper. Yeah, Grizzly Rage duration, for example. I don't think we'll need it. How does it work again? Kills extend duration by 1 second. And overhang boss extended by 5 seconds. Yeah, I don't know exactly how much I will need for a push. But they have so much higher duration. I actually have longer duration than cooldown right now. I think it's fine. As long as I don't go with no kills at all in like 20 seconds. And if I do that, then I can't clear anyway. I think I need to change an aspect here, or 2 actually. Yeah, I think we could try to go Whittle, attack speed, and Pulv. And then just do like an Earth Crit Temper and another Earth Crit Temper. We don't go for any Grizzly Rage duration. And we're fine. Okay. Close. Fuck. Do I know what are the prices for like legendary runes on hardcore? I think I should probably start selling some. No interference with the mic. What do you hear? Can you give me a clip? Must just be noise from outside that sometimes goes through the filter, basically. But yeah, give me a clip. Happen to calculate a new pit percent. I didn't do anything with that yet. And you probably have a data mine at this point, but I have not seen it yet. Rustle with the voice. Okay, this is probably the crickets outside actually when I speak. Isn't it very annoying? I mean, I can close the window, but I will probably die in the next 30 minutes if I do that. So now you don't hear anything, right? The cosmic anomaly summons count for Nagu. Yeah, they are considered summons. They also work for like Baronial Binding or Sorc and stuff. But the thing is, you often like randomly explode them, right? And they come back one every 5 seconds, so it takes a long time to stack them up and they're easy to banish. So it only really works on builds where you have a button on your bar that you just don't press. I mean, I actually have a build like that right now, right? I have Trample on my bar and I'm literally never pressing it. So you could do that actually. Maybe I should on this build, to be fair. And on the other hand, if you don't invoke a Catalyst ever, then you also don't get all the other benefits, right? Like everything is kind of revolving around pressing that button sometimes. Yeah, you should, Symphony. Dania dungeons like the pit have tiers. They used to be, but then decided to rework the entire difficulty system in the game and make torment tiers. Now it's only the pit. Basically those torment tiers are those difficulty settings for everything now. Although who knows, maybe Infernal Hordes rework next season is gonna do something like that again. How do I have Sorc teleport and invade? Yeah, we're playing Sorc of the Bear rune word. Beast rune word, I mean. So we just teleport here, yeah? It's fine. Or use a jar rune. What do I expect for the rework for Hordes? I don't know. I would like to see a real roguelite mode. And I kind of feel they will do that in Hordes. I was going to say fear. Because if they do that in Hordes, we will never get like another version of that, I think. That would be kind of sad. But we'll see, I guess. What would be nice would be for Hordes to not just be like one fucking room and that's it. You know, at least I'd like to go from like room to room or something and feel a little bit like you are kind of like going somewhere or something. I don't know, maybe it's gonna become a bit more like Simulacrum, basically. PoE2. I definitely expect them to get rid of the Soul Spires. Or change them in some other important way. And then, I don't know, honestly. Maybe more customization on the rewards? With the things you choose? Maybe more actually roguelike elements? Hi. We are, how to say that? Gia's mat. I have. More spires. That's the rework for the Hordes. Let's go. Log in. Crystal Cathedral will be better for that. Water Royals getting closer to hell. Just like the original Diablo. Yeah, that would be kind of cool actually. Cool setting. Yeah, I really hope they would make something like that. Like a roguelite mode. It's could be like an alternative to leveling a character as well or something. You know, you start at level 1 and you build it on the go. And then, you know, at some point you come out of it and you lose all of these like, you know, perks and stuff that you get in that mode, but at least you have a leveled character or something. That could be fun. On the other hand, I guess leveling 1 to 60 is already like relatively close to that, thanks to like all the random loot and so on, so it would be nice to actually have something like that, like more Torghast style, basically, from WoW. With like an endgame character, it probably makes more sense. Or to Boulder. Why use Altkin as a second merc? Oh. Maybe like demons. Something that no one liked in Bard and D4 now. Well, I think the main reason why no one liked Torghast was because it was too grindy and stuff like that, no? I feel like the system itself seemed like really cool. But I didn't actually play it, unfortunately. I played Shadowlands, like I only leveled and then didn't. But Torghast was like the feature I was the most excited about, at least. Personally. But I never got to try it. How far did I push a pen shot? I didn't push anything. Yeah, and it sounds like Torghast just had bad execution. But I think the idea behind it is also amazing. Hey, random cut level, thank you. You can't cap your armor on Druid. If you're using Grizzly Rage, you can put 5 points in Grizzly Rage, you get a 30% bonus. While in Grizzly. Otherwise, I have a percent armor roll on my neck, yeah. But later I will replace that with just an armor roll on one of these others. I guess the boots. Nice spell. Hey, Archeon. Or to Earthspike, yo. I'll save that. We don't need Spirit, do we? On the boulder builds.
Better than starting from nothing.
It's very fun, Archeon. Yes, Pulv is really good. I mean, first of all, I don't have a Stardust. And second of all, it doesn't do that much. You can also drop the buff very easily in speedruns, because your son is just not attacking. Like here, like this would have dropped now. But yeah, I mean, Druid has ridiculously powerful aspects. So it's not a huge upgrade to go Stardust anyway. But it's still nice. The Balazan builds are the best, Susie. Isn't Stardust worse because he just spends Spirit to activate Ancestral Guidance? Yeah, that's a bit of a downside. For example, right now I have like a GA resource cost reduction on my weapon, which is making things problematic. I guess you can trigger with Quacks. Can you do Quacks? You'll probably just do that anyway. If that works with Ancestral Guidance, it'll be fine. You trigger Quacks reliably every, 4 seconds or so with like a Neo rune or something. I think for pushing at least that might be the solution. Right now I'm just running the teleport. You don't need that for a push. Need to check if Quacks works, but I guess it does. Is there any endgame stuff behind the expansion? Oh, there's like 2 endgame systems, which is Undercity and Dark Citadel. one of them is mildly relevant. But overall you can play without the expansion. It works, Igni Quacks. Okay, I'll probably do something like that for a push. Then it should be not such a big deal. Do I think I should add more than T4? It's not really necessary. T4 and then like, you know, T4 lair bosses and escalation sigils and stuff, they're already like relatively tough. And that's okay. I think the bigger problem is that people get up too fast because of all the duping. So if they fix that, then there will be plenty of challenge. And then they just need to add more like actual juicing mechanisms. You know, escalation sigils are kind of going in the right direction, but it's not really enough. And then who knows what the Implant Hordes rework will bring, but we're probably gonna get something along those lines. And then they just need to like try to infuse more juicing everywhere, where it's like more difficulty, more rewards, but in like an interesting way, not in a T5 kind of way. You can't use runes without expansion. Alright, 2 minutes. Escalation is permanent. I'd recommend Drake as like the overall general best variant. Prosperite. But Fresh is very good to get started. And then Quill might push a little bit higher. Nice, Suffer. Doing really well here. Letting all my glyphs. We're almost at 80. And then we're gonna farm some 9 dimensions later. I need mats. I have no Optus sight. Kinda low on some fragments. 383 emerald fragments. The game crashed yesterday. Maybe you died or what, Kaiser? The scroll didn't save you?
Much thanks, friend. See some steel you need.
PC freeze. Oh shit. Yeah, I guess then it doesn't necessarily register. There's still a day left. Load out the backup gear. GG, I guess. Oh, I was talking about the game freeze, not about the power out. Blood. Get more paragons, use instance. At the start I was also using a normal helm instead of the loyalty helm, Cursor. Didn't have res and armor there. Where do you live, blood? I should get my spark actually. I remember I have a season track done. How long did it take to level to 60? No, the season start run it was 2 hour 45. Yes, fuck. Exile 4 is kind of funny, man. I can barely open the chest later. Look how little stuff I have. Pit is the best for leveling. Infernal Horde is like roughly half of that or so. And then there's a whole lot of nothing and then the rest. Although maybe Navigation's caught up a little bit now to strong rooms, they're relatively juiced. But I haven't really compared how much XP I get. It's basically just Pit where you get XP. I think I'll do one on roll real quick while we're at it.
Better than starting from nothing.
Good place for us to regroup.
What's still got some good in it?
Someone is selling a Grand Emerald for 100 million gold. That seems actually like a pretty tempting offer. Is that worth? Might just be like a UI bug or something, low-key. Maybe try to refresh. Oh, we are planning on getting armor ready with the Emerald Temper. You can put a roll on the boots on the Druid. Well, was an 8. Uh-oh. Okay, thank you, Crucible. Hope we're gonna find some people. Hopefully they don't rip like last time. Who was that actually? Wait a minute. So last time someone randomly invited me to the world boss. And then they died and the other guy that was there was also dying. We need to get an accelerating aspect with a better roll. If anyone has one on hardcore, let me know. Now is the same energy on a rogue. I have so much lucky hit. Just like one roll of lucky hit restore is fine. You have innovation, passive. Then I also have reactive ooze. And even with like blocking quacks once every second, it's fine. I can just perma spam. That's with no Stardust. Would have a leaderboard, good leaderboards, and small chains will be the best MG on the market. Yeah, that depends. People have opinions about what is the best. And when it comes to video games that are mostly there to have fun, it's very hard to say objectively what is the best and the worst. I think objectively, you know, PoE 1 or PoE 2 might be a better game. If you look at, you know, all the different little details you could compare. But somehow, you know, a lot of people enjoy Diablo 4 more than those two games. So which one is the better one? I don't know. I don't think that leaderboards will really help a great deal in the overall popularity of Diablo 4. But at least like the more engaged blasters will be interested. And like the kind of, you know, the people that are just generally a bit more invested, even if they don't play it as much. Well, people that like to have more challenges and stuff like that. Leaderboards will definitely be a great pull, I think. And there's plenty of people that don't go for like a rank 1 or some shit, but they just wanna like the number go up, right? When they push like in the Diablo 3, you know, and then they end the season at like rank 714 and they feel good. And I think there's plenty of people like that as well. But yeah, I mean, Diablo 4 needs many big changes still to really be like on a design level, to be on like, you know, the level of like PoE has, for example. But we're getting there slowly. Hopefully not too slow. I mean, the next expansion is coming in, I don't know when, but I guess the next 10 months or so. And that will already be like a pretty massive upgrade, I guess. And then we'll see. I mean, it changes from, you know, vanilla to expansion 1 were pretty massive. And if they do a similar level upgrade to the game, with, you know, most of the stuff that is currently missing or not really well designed, then, well, the game is improving pretty fast, basically. Why do I only do 6 waves? Because it's faster to complete a whisper.
Good deal. Father bless.
How did I end up here? Okay, world boss. Now, guys, log in. Oh, I've crossbow on. Look at that. Okay, Druid world boss, let's go. I'm at 40 euros down, maybe the game is good then. That's fine. I'm like 1,000 euros down in PoE 2 already or something. Probably more, 1,500 or so. I can spare 140 for D4. I think that's okay. Over the course of like half a decade. No, don't run away. You stay. Fuck. We're gonna try to join another instance maybe. It's a disaster. Okay. How's the Infernal Hordes timer looking? Can I still do the Infernal Hordes? So you had 19 minutes when I started the Rogue run, right? So maybe 10 minutes have passed now. I can probably do it on the Spiritborn as well. If I have a 6-wave sigil. How does the scaling work? Well, I like to call it DPS communism. So there's like a maximum number of damage you're allowed to do at a world boss. And basically, everyone does the same. Oh, shit, 7 minutes is a bit low. So basically, the only number that matters in order to take down a world boss faster is how many people are present. You're playing Arrow Storm Rogue. Well, last time I did that was in Season 6. Nothing really changed about the build besides some general rogue changes and stuff. And back then it was roughly on the level of Azurath Barrage. And Azurath Barrage is, I don't know, roughly 5 to 10 pits behind Azurath Pen and TB, I guess. And those two builds are pushing like 100. So I guess we're talking about like a 90 or so high end. It's probably doable. You can definitely play Aerostorm stuff. Take out. New main Necromancer. Yeah, mini Necro is pretty decent right now. That's a pretty chill way of playing Necro. How much life do you have, Nerd Bird? Well, the rogue is going very well. How does the Aho rune work? Well, it's just like a hit effect as long as the target is not above 80% HP. So it scales very well when there's many targets, compared to most other runes that always give it the same. So a lot of builds run Aho, especially for like pit push and stuff, because it has like a lot of AoE scaling. Especially builds that can produce a lot of like a hit. When you're hit by a monster, you're dead and you have 18k life. 18k life is not bad. If you have capped armor and resistances, then something else might be wrong. Maybe you're trying to tank T4 layer bosses. In that case, don't do that. And dodge their attacks. But I mean, with that amount of life, I mean, Badazan builds are definitely on the squishy side. You're playing the squishiest class, and you're playing the squishiest builds on that class. And there's not much you can do about that. If you have a Shroud of False Death, you can try to go with that instead of a Razor Blade. That might help you a bit. But it's got a DPS downgrade. Otherwise, use your cooldowns better, I guess. Armored Height especially is a pretty good defensive cooldown. Make sure you keep your resolve high. People found a way to... What? I just Sorc done a pit 135 so far. Oh my god. Wait, I may have... Do we have shatter bugs again or some shit? It must be fucking shatter again. Or the pants is the catalyst. To then deal damage with the Spirit Hall. Downfall. Am I a Trump supporter? That's a very random question. And considering that I am from the European Union, I cannot be. And so that's not a question that I answer to myself or ask myself. But yeah, I think it's relatively safe to say that almost no one in EU is a Trump fan. What the hell are you talking about? What photo? What does he see? The red hat. You are in a Diablo stream. You do realize that, right? And you know what this is? This is the origin. This is not a Trump hat. What the fuck, dude? Make Diablo great again. Now that's a slogan I can get behind. The best RPG in this very moment. Huh. I don't know. All of them have their issues, to be honest. I think we have really like a shining star currently. Where I would say yes, that's the one. And that's Epoch doing the most things right. Yeah, that is true. And then a few patches like Season 2 and they're doing pretty well. But they're not there yet. Druid, Shadow Sapiens. But you have to play a human form build, I guess. I do have to say though, I had a surprising amount of fun in the PoE League. I did not expect I would actually like mercenaries to the degree I did, because I generally hate the idea of mercenary mechanics. And I generally just had a blast in the PoE League. It was a pretty good league, but maybe it was just because I hadn't played the game in like a year, basically. And then I, actually did like a nice round of like killing all the Ubers, and these kind of things, and I like doing that. It's always fun. I hate all mercs equally. I don't discriminate.
What's left, you ask? What? Oh, well, hello, shining. Shame that. Go one more?
Ah, shit. Why is that fucking lucky hit?
Finished, are you?
But I guess it's something. Might be my glove. Cormac. Glorious. Do you like PoE 1 better than PoE 2? No. Like, PoE 1 was kind of like a closed chapter for me. But as I said, I had a good amount of fun anyway in this league. So... PoE 1 for me is like... Yeah, it's fine. League stars, playing a bit and stuff once in a while, but... Realistically, I'm like way more on the PoE 2 side. I like PoE 2 a lot more than PoE 1. Generally. And I have no issues just logging into PoE 2 now and just playing it non-stop for 3 months if I have to. I don't think I would do that in PoE 1 anymore. Like, yeah, 5 years ago I did that, but I just don't like the modern PoE 1 that much anymore as like the old PoE 1. I enjoyed it more in the past. But there's also good stuff in there. Looter shooter. Is PvE1 considered a looter shooter these days? Maybe. Kick. Hi, Ibrahim. Well, good news is that a sea hack. It's very easy to position in a puddle. Yo. Is this thing sellable for all the Spiritborn that have no res? Maybe.
See some steel you need? What's still got some good in it?
79. Still like, what? That was like a 4-minute run or something still? Happy birthday, Ferrari. Yes, Cody. The best, actually. Merlin is here, guys. Look. What's up, Merlin? He just had a bath. Oh. No, it looks very tiny. Is speed pushing ever gonna be more than a math check? Well, if they invent the feedback that we keep giving them, yes. But who knows? I can probably just tank everything with this character, right? Like the little waves and shit. I think there's no chance I can die to that. Maybe I'll try doing the push at some point. And I feel like I have to YOLO. Nine. That's the best place to get Mudsoul Pit. Well, if you are somehow close to the last chapter in the season journey, you get all you ever need there. But other than that, I guess I'll probably just run Nightmare Innocence. I think you get less there than you could in Helltides, but it's probably not far off. You get a lot of other stuff in Nightmare Innocence. Why is my Pulv so huge? Oh, that's big slams. There's a puddle, another puddle, a pulverized size temper. Spirit is not rip. But we have a Druid challenge to complete. Are we sure about that, Kana? Titan Tribute. Nick. Bilal. I'm not writing to you on Discord. Oh, that's a scammer. We have plenty of those. I don't have an Sasukashi, that's when I've done a lot of bounties. Yeah, well, the animate. We probably have to add Pestilence. There was like some innovation that we didn't have in our build, so we have to add that. But this is mostly a high-end thing anyway, no? And like Paragon 4000 plus, I heard. And before that, it's Rathma. You just need to get to the point where like basically one Rota kills the boss, right? Yeah, that's like a new thing with Pestilence. We can answer that at some point, but right now I'm kind of busy blasting here. Yeah. I'm not sure if the Butcher is supposed to not drop items anymore. They removed like sigil drops and stuff for the most part. That's mostly what you dropped in like a legendary or two, right? Still drops the Butcher's Cleaver and a bunch of mods, I think. The Burning Butcher drops nothing when he spawns. Well, I guess because he's coming from Hordes, and in Hordes he doesn't drop anything either. Yeah, Butcher while fighting Azeroth sounds fun. I'm excited to see that. But I feel like Butcher is probably like kind of like a joke compared to Azeroth HP, right? You probably just like explode him and that's it. Yeah, thanks, the animate. I'll investigate that, and I guess Pestilence is gonna be a thing for the future, because they're probably not updating anything. And we're gonna have like the same season themes that we already had, with the same metas and so on. So I'll just make sure that we include the Pestilence then, for the other season updates. There is no auto dash on Death Trap Hero. '81. Also Barb holding up. Fine. Every class has powerful builds this season, turns out. I did not used to do that, Pyro. I think there was a brief time on the PTR, like 2 seasons ago or so, when I did that. But that never made it to life. Am I done running bosses? No. I think I've paid roughly 20% of my Duriel tax this season. So I still have a while to go. I don't have a Starless at all, and I probably need multiple versions of Starless. I definitely need a second version of Air with crit, if I can get that. I need a better Shroud, because this one has fucking stealth thing. I don't have a Shaco at all. I probably want the cooldown one and the resource one. Or maybe just cooldown, that's probably fine. Spiritborn and Sorcerer, everything else is just debate. Oh, that's quite a take actually, holy. Are you looking at the screen? Oh, you're constantly looking for the most OP class and builds in Diablo 4, there's no reward or leaderboard for pushing higher. Well, the truth is I'm not. I play plenty of builds that I know in advance are not far from the best, just because they're fun. But on the other hand, it's also fun to try to make the strongest build possible And there's also plenty of people that want to play the strongest build possible, or at least one of the strongest. You know, this is why we have guides and tier lists and these kind of things. Because people want them or need them, you know, in order to have fun. You know, some people care about being the strongest and, well, some people don't. And I'm more in the not caring category. But, you know, it's still fun to also play a strong build and do some high-end challenges to that or something like that. And also just like the cooking, you know. Cooking the best builds, it's just fun. And the thing is that people, you know, tend to like always compare themselves, right? They come to a stream and they see, oh man, there's this guy on hardcore, blasting, everything in Torment 4, one shot. I want to do that. Why can I not do this? What is this build? And so, the cycle continues. Do I think Flash will stay ahead of Pulv? I don't know, it's been very close between the two apparently, so... Both very close on the tier list, and they're both very close on actual clears, so I guess that checks out. But I mean, the thing is that it's very early in the season, right? And there's like... I don't know, maybe 3 people in the world or something that have the gear and try hard push right now on each of those builds, if even. So, you know, it's kind of RNG right now which one is on top. Until there's more people and, you know, the RNG has been RNG'd. Dude, just tank it. Eli spawns at his 8-5 fireballs or something, like, who cares? '82. Who else is more tryhard than streamers? Lol, regular people? Yeah, of course. There's plenty of tryhard blasters out there that, you know, trying to get ahead and, like, you know, get the best build going or the highest clear on the Helltide leaderboard or something. I mean, like, look at me, for example. I'm kind of old now, you know, and I have, you know, okay, I'm streaming and I'm blasting all day and stuff, and for a lot of people that sounds like, he's doing nothing else but playing the video game. But the truth is I'm not, right? I'm also like a professional about that. I have to do other stuff related to that that is not gaming. Whereas, you know, someone who's just like chilling at home, unemployed, blasting video games all day, probably doesn't have to do other things on the side that I do, for example. Or I don't know, students on their vacation break or whatever, you know. There's plenty of those that will just blast video games all day long, non-stop, without worrying about anything, for example. I have certainly done that. So, there's certainly people that play the game more than me, and potentially more try-hard than me, likely more try-hard than me. Especially when it comes to like all of the, you know, softcore, RMT, botting, duping, whatever, economy as well. You know, there's a lot of try-harding you can do if you want. And plenty of people do that. Especially in the Asian countries, I guess. But, you know, it's everywhere, so... I play on hardcore, so don't try as hard as I could to play carefully. Yeah, of course you have to play with a certain level of care. But I also don't intend to compete with like this whole like softcore stuff that is going on. And I'm okay with that. I also don't think this would be a lot of fun to do that, for me at least. And when leaderboards come out and I'm rank 1 in hardcore, but it's not the same tier as in softcore, I'm totally content with that. So... I think that's gonna be a lot more exciting anyway. Hi Marco. I have tried last Epoch. Has nothing excited by your hardwork character being deleted by death? Well, the exciting part is not getting deleted by death. I do agree, it kinda sucks when you get deleted by death. But the whole point is, you don't. And you do everything in your power to not. Kana, the like a hit restore, resource, weapon roll, and reactive ooze as a backup. You don't want to temper the resource thing. Just get a weapon. I have it on the one-handed. The red is still alive, yes.
I forge more than horseshoe better than starting from nothing. Hello, shining shame that Vasily's ghost. I had that finished, are you? There's power in the stones. Come have a look. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Hello. Hello. Not a bad coat. Hello, shining beauty. What's left, you ask?
83. Celestial Surge. My God. Drop it, cold clip, cow chops, cold aspect to boost damage. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on the season beam to apply chill for you reliably. I think I run it as well because like my only source of chill. But I mean that's gonna be inconsistent as fuck. Your arrows fly everywhere. And your Celestial Surge will not do shit, I think. In like the grand scheme of things. So I wouldn't really go for the cold aspects and stuff. F Shalaria, what happened? Dario, oh boy. Morgan Bastard. '84. The first hardcore season since the boss rework. Oh yeah, take it easy. Try to go like maybe a tournament difficulty lower. Try to make a character tanky. And you can like learn the mechanics a little bit. Like on T4 it's very hard to survive the big hits, like the Harbinger jump for example, I think is the hardest hitting thing. That one-shots very tanky characters on T4 for example. How's Druid going? Plan it. Has Druid leveling improved this season? I don't think it needs much improving. I'm not sure exactly how Druid leveling is, but it has been very good for a long time. Yeah, if you haven't, then check out the leveling guides on Exile as it help you. I always found Druid leveling very enjoyable and fast, actually. OP. That's strong. Yeah, boss is getting beefy now, slowly. Actually, I have like no stagger as well as. I wonder if I want to keep the 15% crit jewel here for push. Maybe I need to go something else, because 15 crit is not that crazy, it's just like 2 tempers. Look at a jewel there. We have this, but I mean, what could be the last one? 30 attack speed would be nice, but I can't really activate my Grizzly Rage all the time. Let's beat the Barb Season 9 record. Kick. That's actually much higher than that. I think they're close to 100 as well.
Return soon.
Last time. The loot when I cache this, it's determined by the difficulty you collected it on, but then it gets converted to the character that opens it. A good reason not to run trigger attacks on poison TB. Well, as long as you hit 100% crit chance somehow, you don't need it. But it's a good way to get there. It's gonna be Arcana. That damage on Banner's on Rake. I talk about the unyielding hits aspect, that won't help you on that build. You need to scale Thorns. Your weapon damage is irrelevant. What is AC 130? Yeah, someone said it earlier that Heartseekers are going crazy. Is it just like shatter stuff again? Or what's happening? What did they find? Don't tell me it's fucking shatter bugs again. Enemy AC 130 inbound. Okay. I didn't really catch that, but... I wonder what's going on.
Can you hold him for like 5 minutes?
Okay.
Look how fluffy he is.
Okay. A very fluffy dog. Okay.
It is done.
Look, he's like using my arm as his balcony. It is Soros. Is there any bug of Hydra Sorc chat? It certainly sounds like it. But no one is explaining to me what it is. So I'm just guessing. And I guess shatter. Because when in doubt, it's always shatter. Yo, Zephyr. Nice nickname, by the way. I mean, the item with missing affix will be updated with the patch. I think that's unlikely. If you have like a really good one, maybe keep that. And hope for the best. Guna's trying his best to keep it a secret cook. Okay. Yeah, but if there's clears like with video proof and stuff and on a health like on a health leaderboard you need a video proof, no? So you can see the build there. If they ever fix a shadow bug, the world will never know. Yes. Oh god. You can get any unique anywhere, open world level. The bosses just have like a certain loot table to get some of them, you know, basically more guaranteed. To target fun. Dude, I need to put Shatterbug into my bug tier list. S for Shatter. For sure. Bugged so long it might as well be feature. True. My Titan tubers actually disappear pretty quickly with this strat, yeah. I need to do some bosses again to get more Titans. There's some quarter dip into something, making it much stronger. Oh boy. Okay. I'm keeping up the vigor about starters. Reactive ooze. Season power mostly. Plus a rake is very cheap because it has the loyalty combo. You've found a blue rose, a free GA, and the lowest possible roll. Yeah, that seems to be a bug. As far as I know, each GA cuts off the bottom 20% of the affix roll. So you should have minimum a 60% perfect affix with 3 GA. Yeah, the Diablos in general drop mythic uniques. But Belial is like, if you have mats, he's very OP, yes. Problem is getting the mats, unless you trade for them. Yeah, Pen and Grease are back. They removed all of the damage aspects from boots. So Pen and Grease actually go into some rogue builds these days again. Plus it doesn't really matter that you can't have extra evade charges or attacks reduce evade cooldown, since you have rapid gambits. That resets your evade anyway. Would Justin Belial feel nerfed? That's interesting. I got relatively expected amount of Ubers so far, but I've barely found Belial, so maybe they specifically nerfed Belial, but that would be surprising. Maybe just unlucky.
Greetings. What's left, you ask?
Easy way to get legendary runes. Yeah, lair bosses. Ah, yeah, true. Speaking of sparks. Wait, wrong guy. Holy Joe.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
That's worth saving, although it's only 40% roll. Bastards, man, wow.
stand still you need.
Dude, what? I have 61 Belial mods. What the hell? Didn't realize. That's pretty good. Thank you, Zach, for the prime. Eaglehorn is back too, yes. Eaglehorn is back. Well, mostly it's there, finally. But you can call it back.
I wondered what happened.
The best way to find masterworking mods is refinement tributes. But overall, I would probably just do more diamond dungeons. Diamond dungeons are pretty good too, and you actually get a lot of other stuff. Halls, I would mostly just do for the scrolls. Okay. Do we level up a bit higher or what? These are 85. It's pretty good already. Can get a few more percent though. You wanna get that as well? Ah, I forgot this one. I was wondering why is it 52? 55, okay. Is that Nella? No. Still missing this cluster of life there. Basic attack speed. Okay. I think it's time to do some dimension escalation. Let's see how it goes. Wait, are we gonna get more sigils from each of those escalation runs as well? We're gonna get just like flooded here. Okay, what are those? Louder. Shifter, carrion. On the route. Enough. Actually have that thing. I know it doesn't say how long the thing will last. So let's see this a bit. Not having to dancing blades. I mean, that's a nice sword. It needs something in future seasons. Right now it's kind of down bad. The Pension Guide has Headhunter, but wouldn't Frostfeeder be way better? Frostfeeder, I don't know about that. I mean, it has a secondary bonus that does nothing. And then you build more into DC damage instead of raw damage, which makes bosses harder to defeat. C4 good now. Getting there. It'd be very chill actually do these events here with Pulv, because it is like circular AoE and just like boom, explode everything. And rely is really hard to stagger. You have to make a setup where you don't rely on the stagger. The weapon has uses cost reduction, yes. In fact, I have too much of it, and that's actually a downside. Very interesting combo Slaver. I'll go to PoE 2, not to PoE 1 later this month. Wanna blast the current league a bit more before the next one comes. To warm up, I guess. But yeah. I definitely have like 3 weeks of blasting to do here or so, I'd say, in D4. Should have picked that thing. Fuck. Oh, I'll decide in those rooms, I think. Let me check. 10.0. Okay, 300. Not bad. Between Pulv, Druid, and Heartseeker, which is the quickest to get online from a fresh character? Hard to say. Both of them don't require much. Let's try escalation T4. See how it goes. Also, let's check the timer. It's 3:23. So we have 10 minutes to complete the run. Wait a minute, I TP'd in and I was still in Grizzly Rage. What the fuck? It just keeps going? But then I dropped out of it. What the fuck? Oh, 7 of guns also one of those chests. Plus a bunch of other small stuff. Seems kinda nice. You don't think people will get burned out of averages quickly playing 2 PoEs back to back? Well, that depends on the people. I don't know what you mean, Kirito. Maybe my skill bar? That's because I'm in Grizzly Rage. You can only have bear skills. And actually, in some cases, it converts a skill into a bear skill. Like, for example, I have Claw. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. That's a fast order. Thank you. Like, for example, I add Claw, which is the basic skill, and then that converts into Maul when you go into Grizzly Rage. Which is actually kind of funny mechanic. But it's cool. Not that I need Maul for anything. It's only the pits I got a nerf, or the town bosses too? No, everything, because everything scales off the pit. You know, Torment 4 is pit 55. If pit 55 is slower, then everything is slower. Really turning all the poop players around him into millionaires? True. Sponsored by Twitch chat. What's the funniest build this season? Pen shot. Playing Hyder, not having fun. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I I think Hydra looks like a very boring build. My subs feed this man. It's true. You actively contribute to my survival with your subscription. Thank you. Dude, I'm still in escalation in tier 1. It's been like over 4 minutes. Yikes. I have to not do the strong rooms, I guess. It'll take too long. Do the achievement. But we're probably gonna get it. I just need to get like a streak of unluck. That'll be fine. The tier and evidence are good, yes. He was sniper. DB is actually pretty good right now, just saying. And it feels very similar to old school DB. I didn't have a goblin dungeon yet. Sort of free GA Everwalker for 10 billion. Sounds like a steal, actually. Although I guess most people are not playing Harmony builds right now. The cafe talk, oh my god. Okay. Grease is allowed. Pork. Holy, actually. Yo, cream, thank you, man. Glad you enjoyed them. It's actually crazy how many mats and everything you get in these nominations now. Really nice. D4 classic. Holy. Interesting, I would actually just keep your Gristle Rage up in the teleport from the next dungeon. I wonder if there's even considered like the same zone for the purpose of like snapshotting and stuff. Like some stuff can still be snapshot, I think, on like zoning. I actually feel that the stuff is getting a bit tankier on tier 3 at least. Tier 2 did feel much different. We have a very powerful build, so... I agree with that, Kvito, actually. The unrelenting aspect is a bit crazy. I could give some feedback to maybe reduce the animation intensity a bit. The XP well is in the Forgotten Wisdom Dimensions. I guess it's T4 Astaroth time. Moment. That's the first T4 I'm doing, let's see it. I've barely done Astaroth actually. Like 5 times or something. Yeah, the number dungeon escalation is skills by some pit tiers, but we don't know how much. Feels like 5 maybe? So this is like a tier 65, I don't know. Feels kind of tankier than a 65 almost. Dark Omen, Cultist Horde, Teleport Residue. That's gonna be funny, so he's he's gonna be joined by the Butcher, I guess. Let's see it. He's gonna be beefy actually, okay. It's foul. I remember the Son of Malphas was like giga rippy, like in Season 3. But he seems like not so bad. Okay, it wasn't too bad actually. Still a long fight though. So what was I doing earlier? Pit 85, right? It definitely seems tankier than a Pit 85 boss. How much gear does a Pincher Rogue need to do T4 comfortably? Not much. As long as they have like a not shitty Fist of Fate and an Ancestral Angel Love, you're gonna be probably okay. This is the Pulv season gun. You're playing Pulv. Okay, I'll fetch you now. That whole escalation thing actually took me like 20 minutes or some shit, holy. Yeah, I think what happens to the strong rooms is that it generates a strong room in the moment. So that's why you have to wait 4 seconds for the dungeon to generate. That's why I can't enter. That's my guess. If that's true, then I have to like just, you know, pre-spawn the strong room as you do the event. Escalating in 10 minutes possible. Not only that, but also required. Oh wait, I got it for some reason. Yeah, that is not true. I certainly took longer than 10 minutes.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I don't know if 10 minutes includes Astaroth, because I just completed this whole thing in like 22 minutes, and I got it. I'm gonna be a B in 2 minutes.
Welcome to my home away from home.
You're definitely gonna find people for the United Rotas. Just be patient. Add people when they say they don't want to join, and it has worked pretty well for me. It's just on trade chat. Alright, we do Nostrava Deepwood gold caches. I wonder how much gold that is actually. Can't decide to go for Flesh or Pulv build. Flesh is like a very special build. It also needs like a lot of gear, I think. Pulv just kind of works. So there's that. Very good gold source. Yeah, let's say we have 534 mil. It's a dark dungeon though, I don't see anything. Where are the chests? I guess at part 2. Aha. Okay, I got 400k for one chest. So that's like 2 uniques rendering. Not that crazy. Is Temerity usable for any builds? For Spiritborn builds, might want them. I mean, the gold is okay, but 200, 300, 400k on a chest, it's not that crazy. I don't think that Temerity is a useless unique at all. It doesn't really find its way into the meta, but I think this is largely because sort of other classes have very good barrier sources. If any of those get nerfed in a big way, then Temerity is a very good item actually. Uniques what I consider the worst. We have uniques tier list on Maxwell. If we updated for the season again. You can check there a little bit what we think. But yeah, top candidates are certainly Mortar Crux, Riffing Band of Trickery. I don't know, some stuff like that. I mean, they really have no place anywhere. You know, Temerity is a good item. It's just not the meta choice for most builds, but it's not a bad item at all. It's very powerful. the strongest boss killer rogue build this season. If you want to make purely a boss killer, I guess I'll probably still go with Death Trap. Because it doesn't really have a reliance on CCing enemies. And it's tanky. Should probably just insta-kill the bosses again. And send you this Druid build. But you can also try exclamation mark build. You can carry them in the pit, Matthew. In groups, you can enter the pit before level 60. And you can boost someone in like 15 minutes or so. For some reason, don't get interrupted while teleporting to the next dungeon here. Interesting. Exclamation mark, Crimson Market. Actually, Crimson Market has a new PC giveaway today. Again. It's that time of the month again. It'll be like sometime later tonight. Wait, I need to check that out again. Dude, maybe I should just take like something like an Igni Quax or some shit. Or Astaroth. We don't need to teleport there. Blast them down. That will be nice. More things to do now after 2 seasons. Yeah, this did like a big Nightmare Dungeon revamp. And that last season I did like a big bosses revamp. And didn't really like add new systems or so, but there's like an overall like, you know, more variety kind of like meta right now. always the promise of a new game, like GTA 6. What are you talking about? Sigil, sustain. Did remove trials. I'm talking about Diablo 3. What are we talking about? Ah. Okay, you're talking about the gauntlet. Holy shit. Well, it was massively unpopular. That's mostly why. It's just kind of like a failed system. bonus though is a Citadel thing. Yeah, but I don't know, I feel like the Citadel is fun to do, you know, once or twice or 3 times even or something. I felt like it was kind of cool to do it when it came out. But there's just no point to go do it again, right? It's basically, you know, I consider it kind of similar to like the campaign or so. It's like, okay, you do it, you see it once, that's it, and that's fine. It's just an extension of the campaign, let's say. Dude, did they remove the curse wells from the boss room? I feel like the entire season I've never gotten a single curse well there before the boss. Yeah, better farm for ancestral equipment. Uniques, you found their bosses, and legendaries, you found Pit and Gamba.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Oh, I was wondering about pots this all this time, huh?
I hope whatever here puts up a good fight.
Staros Armageddon. Monka. Should we start grinding in this game too? Why not? Get done with the PvE stuff. Okay, we're actually pumping him now. Holy shit. What? Wait, why did he die so much slower the previous time? Wait a minute, is my Greasy Rage maybe not working properly? It's because I pressed Greasy Rage this time, maybe. Because it was active last time, but maybe it breaks or something when you go from zone to zone. Absolutely deleted, okay. Good build, I think. Where are they all? I mean, it's usable for lunch.
See some steel you need. What's still got some good in it?
Got something to get my Barb started. Okay. Simmons Greasy Rage randomly deactivates and gets a full cooldown during and before boss fights. I mean, the bug is that Grisly Rage stays on the bar, and you can just press it again right now. That is like unintended actually. And it is intended for Grisly Rage to go on full cooldown when it falls off. But it's not intended to just fall off if you overpower regularly. And I've never had it fall off randomly. So maybe you're just not overpowering enough. Like especially if you play like a non-bear build, I guess. You might not be overpowering very much. Like if you play like Diablo Wolf. I'm gonna try to press my Grisly Rage after every dungeon here and see if that helps. Because maybe this is why stuff felt so tanky. Because the Grisly Rage is actually not really active, it just shows like it is. Because this Astral fight was like 10 times faster than last time. I just blasted him down. And this is not just a Quax rune. Funny, I don't think I would have noticed this if I hadn't TP'd out to get the runes. Ah, true, the unsolvable. Yeah, I should check the vault actually. We can check. Or we can just go to next level here. But yeah, it might be that. Nice, we got a completion. Let's see. So when was that? So the previous Astaroth was like 5 minutes ago or something. Here, and the one before that, I don't know. Escalation tier 2, tier 1. Yeah, was AFK. Yeah, so look, I am in Grisly Rage. Supposedly, but I have no unsolvable. Yeah, so I didn't have the Grisly Rage. So I didn't have a poison, I didn't have the tip ults, I didn't have the double damage buff from Grizzly, I didn't have the crit buff from Grizzly. So actually, like, I was doing like 10% of my damage or something. Interesting. How do you fix that? You press Grisly Rage. I just never pressed it, you know. I pressed it once at the start of the first run, and then never pressed it again until the end of the Astaroth fight. Between the dungeons, it falls off. But it shows like it's active. Yeah, what you can do, Azurin, is you can just press Grisly Rage again. if you see it running out. Because right now we have the bug where it stays on a bar. So you can not let it go on cooldown by just clicking it. But usually Grizzly Rage is supposed to be on cooldown when you come out of it. So that is how it works. Yeah, spamming it is not a great idea. Just pay attention, and if, like, you know, when you're like not fighting something for like a while, then you can press it. Like if you're like backtracking for like half the dungeon, then you can press it. If you spam it, you'll probably override the damage buff, and then you have to stack it again, which takes a while. So you don't want to spam Grizzly Rage. I heard this game is better than PoE, is that true? I don't know, try it out. It's when you kill the ads too fast. Coalism. I think it's only the ads. So as long as you don't kill them instantly, it should be fine. Always release some stuff during the holidays to dodge the bullet. Actually, I think they too often release stuff not during the holidays. Because they want to have devs in the office to fix shit. Which, given their track record, is probably a relatively reasonable choice. That kinda sucks for the players. I still have not Pulverize, Grizzly Rage on. You see the unstoppable icon. Oh, Carl is better than Shaco for pen shot. There's no reason to have Shaco for anything, really. You don't need the damage reduction. Skill rings do nothing. You don't need the cooldown. Like, Shaco is pointless. Fastest way 1 to 60 is Vessel of Halo campaign. Yeah, I forgot the quick shift. I just entered Grizzly Rage so I can do hello emote spam. Greetings. Hello. I've not seen Ana 45 clear. I heard about it. And from the way it sounds, it's not even Shatter bugs. But some other bugs, I guess. A little bit of Crown of Lucian. Huh. That sounds weird. Okay, problem. Where's my strong room? Am I gonna go back for a strong room? No, fuck it. Unique spoils, riches of keys. Was you get blocklisted again? Oh my god. How did it work last time? Great. I don't want to make each boss drop their own uniques without the unique repeating. Good question. But there is hope. Because I explained them in a lot of detail why it should change. So, let's see. Uh-huh. Why would not use service and sacrifice? I don't know. Actually. I can't think of a good reason. Should probably ask whoever made it as a macro. Should ask macro, I guess. Should we change the normal hard expert penalty 1 to T4 system? I think it's overall an okay system, but it does have downsides as well, right? It's like, okay, because you have all content available in Torment 1, you never really have to make like a strong character to beat anything, right? Unless you give like only exclusive rewards in Torment 4 or something like that. Like, I think that's like my biggest gripe with this whole system. I think it's okay that all content is available in Torment 1, but I think it's not okay that all items are available in Torment 1. And now, okay, they made it so that, okay, you have higher chances for Ancestrals or higher Torments and stuff, which is like nice and all, but you know, ultimately, if you can just farm everything in Torment 1, you could just do that, right? It's kind of weird how there's like no direct incentive to try to get stronger, to try to go to higher difficulties and take on those challenges. And without like a fixed difficulty, kind of like, you know, threshold you have to reach, it feels a bit weird. But I guess the general goal for most blasters is to go to Torment 4 as soon as possible anyway, right? And do that, and that is like sufficiently challenging currently, I guess. To get more juicing in these kind of things, then this will be nice. But yeah, the normal etc. system, I guess that's okay. I think what they should change about it is they should reduce the monster HP scaling, especially from normal to penitent, and you know, up the monster difficulty, make them hit harder, and you know, more elite affixes, you know, champion monsters, these kind of things. They should be more present, and it shouldn't be so much just like, okay, they're tanky. Like, it would be fun if it was more about trying to get good than about just having high damage because you got a lucky drop. Because that's basically what penitent difficulty is. You only go there if you just one-shot everything anyway. And I think it would be much more interesting if there were like other difficulty mechanics. You can probably apply the same to torment levels as well, to some degree at least. There needs to be some form of like HP scaling, of course, similar to what is now. This is kind of fine with like how the power growth works with paragons, glyphs, and uniques, masterworking, and so on. There's a lot of stuff to just kind of get bigger number. You don't have any of that 1 to 60. Nothing gives you a bigger number besides a lucky drop. And so I think they could like scale the HP less and make it more about the combat. And I would also like to be able to enter Torment 1 before level 60. I think they should allow us to go into the pits before level 60, similar to how people can do it in party, also in solo. But I think that everything in Torments should always be scaled to level 60 monsters. So even if you're level 30, the monsters should not scale down in Torment. But they should remain level 60 monsters, dropping 750 loot and being as hard as they are. I think that would be very fun. Similar to how we used to have the capstone dungeons back in the day. It would be cool to have this, you know, fixed difficulty milestone. You do a pit 10, it can go to Torment. And if I do that at level 30, I think that's fine, you know. Yeah, the problem is that penitent difficulty is like way too easy, especially on Twinks. But it's like nowhere near like hard enough difficulty to really challenge someone who knows what they're doing on a good build. That's the issue, really. And so... Wait, I don't have the Whisper. What? Where's the Whisper? And so, like, you know, if you twink out a character, you're running in penitent difficulty and you're just one-shotting stuff and wait for the end, you know? You're just waiting for the end until you hit level 60 and you can actually play the game. And you can't really sufficiently speed it up, and you can't really do anything meaningful with your character until you hit level 60. And that's the problem, and this is why I want to enter the pit and Torments earlier. If I'm strong enough and I can kill level 60 monsters in Torment 1 at level 30, then let me do that. And I can actually feel like I'm doing something meaningful. Like World Tier 3 and World Tier 4 back in the day with the capstone dungeons, it felt so fun to go there early and, you know, have that challenge of, okay, what level can I do at this time? And, you know, it felt good because you also got rewarded. You were suddenly working on your glyphs. You're suddenly getting boss mods. You're getting ancestral loot and whatever. And it felt good. And now it's just like, you wait for the end, you know? Like leveling, like 1 to 70 was the best part in this game. Every time I started a fresh character, that was the best part. And now it's the opposite. You know, now leveling is the worst. You know, because you just wait for the end. And that's it. Can I run your caps? There's a button on your keyboard for that.
The hammer sings on your return. What's still got some good in it?
Escalation. Any Ubers from Astaroth yet? I don't think he's supposed to drop Ubers. Maybe. I mean, he sometimes shits out a lot of uniques. So it could happen, I guess. Like, outside of their bosses, mythic item is something like a 1 in 2000. And if he drops like 20 uniques, well, that's a 1 in 100 when that happens. So I guess there's people that found mythics on Astaroth. But I don't think he actually has like a kind of boosted chance like their bosses or something. He's like different from those. Oh, who knows, maybe he has some hidden extra chance. What I'm talking about applies to maybe less than 1% of the people. I doubt that. I think it was very common for a lot of players to go into World Tier 3 before level 50 and to go into World Tier 4 before level 70. I mean, okay, maybe not Season 0, yeah, but, you know, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, like, you know, with all the power creep we had and all that at that point. Like, there were so many builds and so many people that had done it, like, you know, 10 times before that just went there very early. Yeah. And there was always, like, this feeling of accomplishment that comes with that. I think the capstone dungeons were a really good system. Yeah, and the cool part is that they were constantly in this, like, you know, mild pushing scenario, right? That's exactly what you have in the pit as well. Like, the best part about the character's journey right now is actually, like, boosting your glyphs from, like, you know, level 1 to 80 or something like that. They're always, like, in this, like, mild pushing scenario where you do, like, 3, 4, 5-minute runs. It's, like, not trivial, but it's, like, you know, you have to, like, kind of try a little bit. Like, that is the best part. And this is, you know, where they need to, like, put a lot more of the, like, rewards, basically. Like, right now, for example, the pit meta is so heavily incentivizing you to just, like, do 1-minute runs, one-shot everything, including the boss, as soon as it enters the screen. Or maybe even off-screen, best case. And that's it. And of course people get fucking burned out from that shit if they do this like 1,000 times in a row, right? But if you do like a 3-minute run, 4-minute run, where you actually see an enemy, and you actually fight them for like 5 seconds sometimes, like that shit is actually fun. You know, this is where Diablo 4 is the best. And they need to do a lot more stuff like that. And the old leveling, you know, like 1 to 70 with the capstone dungeons, it was like that, you know. Monsters were sometimes threatening to you, because you were underleveled, you didn't have armor cap, you didn't have res cap, and you know, like you didn't insta one-shot the entire screen, and that was just way more fun. And then at some point you stabilize at level 70, and then you like grind your way to level 100, and you're kind of like in this one-shotting mode, and you have like the blasting mode. But then, you know, afterwards came like the Nightmare engines, and you can push again, and so on, right? And there was kind of like this ebb and flow, basically, of, you know, character power and so on. So that was a really good like overall system. But right now we don't have that. You know, the meta is always never struggle, always one-shot everything, and this is the best way to play the game, and that is bad. And I think it's fine if that is like sufficiently close, you know, to the actual meta of like 3-4 minute runs. But look at how many people always say like, man, Greater Rifts in Diablo 3 were just much better than the Pit. And yeah, I mean, first of all, they're much better designed, they're much more iterated on than the Pit, okay? But part of the reason is also the meta is just slower in Diablo 3. Even though the builds go faster, or can go faster, the fact that we do 3-minute runs in Greater Rifts instead of 60-second runs in the Pit just makes the Greater Rifts a lot more fun. And also, on top of that, you have like these giga loading screens in Diablo 4 and all that, right? So they're not even playing the game half the time if you do 60-second runs. At least in D3, that shit was like pretty much instant. Escalation, sustain. Slay all enemies, that's all the TP on me. Thanks, Sansa, by the way. I appreciate the primer there. Where do you farm for gold? Lair bosses, vendor uniques. Only the non-ancestrals, though. Get a Shaka from O-Balls. Holy shit. Most important, we don't have free flows in a pit. I mean, there's obviously like some fundamental flaws they also have to fix. There's a lot of things they can do about the pit to make it more fun. I wouldn't really say that adding a third floor is one of them. I think that is just like a mandatory fix, because you can almost call it a bug that we don't have a third floor and suddenly just don't have enough monsters. So that is like something that should have happened like a year ago, minimum. But outside of that, I mean, they also need to redesign parts of the pit at least, to just make it more fun. And one big part of that is also the reward scaling. Like the pit, you know, just does not reward you for going up at all. In fact, they made it worse, because now you can level your glyphs to 100 in a pit 49. You don't even have to be in Torment 4 to level your glyph to 100. This is insane. You can never go to Torment 4, but you can have level 100 glyphs. That's crazy. How? Yeah, you just farm pits. What do you mean? How? You can level your glyphs in tier 49 all the way to 100. Hello. Oh, hello. Exile. No, it's 1% chance in tier 49 for a 99 glyph to go to 100. So currently you need 20 runs on tier 49 to get 1 level up. So yeah, roughly it's like 1.5 glyph level ups or so per hour or so if you're fast. With 1% runs. Did I know about Diablo 3 Alpha? I did not know about Diablo 3 Alpha. That's not worth your time. Yeah, but lucky for you, we have overpowered builds that don't have to do 1% runs. In fact, we have builds that don't even struggle to clear pit 99. Without, you know, you don't even have to fish or anything. If you have a strong enough build, you just do pit 99 and you get level all your glyphs in like a few hours. Boom. So, you know, you don't have to do 1% runs. It's just funny that you can. But okay, it's like, it's not very incentivized, you know? You're not incentivized to do 1% runs on pit 49 to level your glyphs to 99, to 100. So it's okay. But the problem is that you're just never incentivized to go high in the pit at all in order to slow down in the pit. Like, you know, like I'm running a fucking jar rune on every single build because even slowing down, like, you know, the 5 seconds that it saves me teleporting around sometimes, you know, is just like this 5 seconds is worth a lot more than having another rune that actually gives me some power and I can go up another 1 or 2 tiers, but it's not worth doing that. Or, you know, I run like, you know, dash, shadow step, you know, jar rune all together, and I make sure that I never have to even throw the caltrops on the boss or on in late. I just want to one-shot them all as soon as they enter the screen. Like, at least let me press my buttons a little bit and do like a little bit of a slower run and go to a little bit of a higher tier and play the video game, you know, and make that efficient. But it's not. You know, there is no way in hell that this would be a better way to farm anything than, you know, make a build, face roll everything, one-shot the entire screen, and do it on a difficulty where, you know, nothing ever happens. And like this, you know, you just crowd out like 90% of the builds, even the entire classes, you know. Like, no one in hell would think about farming Paragons on a Necromancer to 300, you know. Because Necromancers just can't do runs that are below 2 minutes. You're literally half as fast as, you know, all the other classes, basically. So as long as you don't slow down the meta to a point where we do slower runs, and that is like the most efficient way to play, you know, like half the builds or more just don't make any sense in this game. Yeah, the loot also doesn't scale. That's another thing. Wait. Am I... I am in Grisly, okay. Yeah, I think it's okay that we zip around and blast things. I'm not saying remove that. But we have the pit. And the pit is supposed to be like this infinite difficulty scaling thing. But we have no reason to engage with that at all. And you know, it's fine that we walk into Torment 4, and Torment 4 is like the mode where you one-shot everything at some point. You know? But I don't want to go into the pit and do exactly the same shit I do everywhere else as well, you know? At least there, where I can choose a difficulty and we can like push a little bit and the monsters actually give us a bit of like a challenge. At least there you have the option to make a meta like in Diablo 3. You know, in Diablo 3 it was just way better because you did not do what you did in Torment 16 in Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, you one-shot everything in Torment 16 and go fast and blast. But then you go into Greater Rifts and you slow down and you make a build that doesn't have like 7 different mobility options and hits the entire screen. But you make a build where you actually put in some choices in your setup that makes some sense to deal some damage and maybe have a bit of a combo and you press 2 buttons instead of 1. And it just felt a lot more interesting. Like, who actually enjoys grinding the pit 2,000 times in a row in order to get some paragons? Just doing like 60-second runs where you one-shot everything all the time. Like, why can't I just do 1,000 runs, 3 minutes each, instead of 2,000 runs, 1 minute each? You know? At least give me that option.
Equitable transaction.
Yeah, exactly. In Diablo 3, the scaling was just way better. Like, the HP scaling per tier was less than in Diablo 4, and for example, the experience scaling per tier was 5 times the amount what you have in Diablo 4. So going up in tiers was rewarding. It felt good to become more powerful to farm the next tier, but in Diablo 4, there's like no feeling of accomplishment, no feeling of progression, no like, oh man, my character does double the damage now, I can actually feel how my Paragon goes up faster. Like, it doesn't exist, you know? I can do double the damage, go up 5 pit tiers, and my Paragons will move exactly the same. You know, you won't even notice the difference. Like, that is the problem. And same thing with just like creating a build where, you know, I actually try to put in some power instead of just all the speed that exists. Like, there's no point to make a powerful build. I played Magic Missile in Season 27, but not in Season 34. The pit doesn't give better loot after pit 60. I'm not sure where the loot in the pit stops actually exactly. But either way, I mean, you do the pit mostly for the Paragons. At some point at least, you know, after you fill the glyphs and stuff. The pit is mostly there to either farm legendaries, but I guess that doesn't really apply to people that trade. Or you farm a Paragon. So it's like, it's a primary way of getting Paragons mostly. This is what the pit does. You know, after the glyph, the initial, like, you know, startup grind, let's say. The loot is kind of secondary at that point, you know. If you're at a point where you care about Paragons, you don't care much about loot anymore anyway. But yeah, I mean, you know, farming a pit 60 in 1 minute is, you know, twice as good as farming a pit 80 in 3 minutes or something like that. And I want that to change, you know.
Hello.
You have to do the seasonal quest line, like the first 2 steps or something, to get your rotation board. Otherwise, you don't have to repeat anything. These material reserve dungeons are actually legit. It's a lot of forgotten souls. How's my gem fragments? Terrible. Remove the Quarks rune until you fix resources funders. It is indicator. Hello, Filmic. How was your session yesterday? Nation Sigil, log in. Legendary runes are mainly from their bosses. You should farm those. The unnecessary attributes are kinda shit. Yeah, Pulv is insane. Where are my damages? Oh, do you not see the kapow? The numbers are turned off. Because occasionally I also like to see what's going on the screen. How much damage did I do? It's been a while since I checked. But probably a couple dozen billion DPS or so at this point. Ooh, Earth Spike. 30. Just salvage that, I guess. Yeah, Pulv is just fun, man. It's just like Smash. Has really cool sounds. It's very well designed, I think. Glad that it's good again. And this poison stuff is really fun. Dude, if this build just stays as it is forever, I wouldn't be mad. Like, you can just always come back and blast a Pulv, you know? Our rogues. Pretty good. Lots of variety on the rogues right now as well. Thanks, Selmic. Yeah, there's some bugs going on apparently, I saw with Hydra now. Not sure what they're doing though. It doesn't matter that much honestly, time filmic. I just like to have a short cooldown on this thing. P240 is easy for this, yeah. I've already done like 85 in like 4 minutes or something. Yeah, I might try to pull in from the Celestial Surge as well. Or push maybe for this. This could be interesting. Yeah, all fine. Thanks for the prime. Is Helltide good to farm? Not really. That's like alright if you like it. It gives you a lot of Greek War mods if you want to farm Greek War. And there's also Blood Maiden for Azir. So if you need those two bosses, you can farm Helltide a bit. Yeah, I don't like the floaty bubble teleport really. I'm not really using it. How much movement speed do you have? Cap. Thanks Wallhead as well for Prime. Riches of gold, riches of keys, riches of files. Maybe I should try some Heartseeker as well. Seems like it's going pretty well. Just getting like random sigils actually, okay.
Good place for us to regroup.
What is it, Will?
Gem reserve, let's go. I think the out of 4 on a sale is a very good investment. If you like RPG genre. I do have to say this is perfect timing with the Crown of Lucian bug. You know, just as the weekend starts, we're not gonna see a patch until Tuesday minimum, if even. For gear what activity? For legendary spit and for unique slab bosses. What's the bug? I know, just Typical Crown of Lucian shenanigans coming back again. Can't a hotfix disable stuff in an emergency? Well, not on a Saturday morning. Right after the 4th of July long holiday weekend. So, what are you expecting? Yo, what's Wakasa? How's it going? Have you been playing some? What are you up to? That's a big party. Oh shit. Yo, what's Wakasa ringing, man? I'm not sure yet, okay. It's a fun season actually. Thanks, Wayne, as well. You built out a very bare-bone basic version of Pencha can already on P240. Nice. Yeah, once you have to set up, Penshot is really cool, man. You just fly for Torment 4, one-shot the entire screen. That's gonna be good. How many hours have I played so far this season? Well, in 3 hours it will be live for 4 days. Yeah. So let's do math. Four days is 96 hours, it's 93 hours now. I have been offline around 9 hours today, 10 yesterday, and none on the first day. Well, I've said 3 times, right? Wednesday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, okay. So I've been offline for like 30 hours, I guess, ish, since season start. So yeah, we have like 65 hours now, maybe. D3 people play 24 hours a day. Yeah, D3 blasters are built different, I guess. I can't do that. Also new pensioner build. Morgan dude. Right, both these guys are here. What the fuck? Interesting. Boss alert. Hope we're gonna find some people this time. The butcher. You have to not insta-kill the ads, Horia. Like if Davian PP used to be afraid of Butcher. Yeah, you could definitely need a bit of a buff. Can I win more? Yes, hope you do. Best I found temper manuals. Yeah, bosses, Helltide, anything that has like a completion reward, basically. My ideas are tempering. I think tempering is an okay system. I think the bigger problem is masterworking, the way it works right now. I don't really mind tempering that much. You know, bricking an item is a relatively rare occurrence these days. And most of the time when it happens, you can get a copy again. Unless it's like some unicorn item, like a big amulet or something. I think it is a bit weird that you like break the item at the start of the journey and not at the end. You know, I would much prefer something like Val Orbs from PoE compared to breaking items when you find them, because like this, you basically you can never really feel excited about finding the item that you just found until you tempered it. You know, you always have to bring it back to town first, and then hope for the best, and then oh, it survived. You know, so that is a bit of an issue, I think, with tempering. But not like the craziest issue, at least, I think. But it would be nice if they make some adjustments and, you know, down the line, especially if they do the masterworking change. I expect we're gonna see that in season 10. Maybe they're gonna do a tempering adjustment as well. Which, but that's my favorite so far. That's hard to say, man. They were all a blast. This season I decided only fun allowed. So it's hard to choose. Exile, hello. You get too much loot. Ugh. I can't pick all this shit. 106 Forgotten Souls. This guy, okay. Only found out, that's why I haven't picked Barb. Oh, Lunging Strike is super fun too. I'll make a Lunging Strike soon. World boss in 7, I heard. Okay.
See some steel you need. Use it well.
Let's do this thing real quick. We can probably just do the 85. It wasn't that long, right? 6-7 minutes, that's fine. T4 world boss. Yeah, I'm not sure where I would find more people with the world boss. There are definitely people playing T4 these days. And sometimes I see people there, but then they run. Last time there was one guy, he just ran away when the boss started. The time before that, there were 2 other guys, both died. The struggle, guys. So I'm not sure what to do. I was one of the guys. Fleeing fear from the monstrosity. How expensive is the expansion? It's actually on sale right now. Running out of geared players on hardcore, yeah, very rapidly. And they usually don't come back. You know, it's like a limited supply of people at the season start. And eventually they rip to a world boss and then they're just gone, you know? So you have to get your world boss kills early, man. Loot filter when? Yeah, for this stuff, yeah. I mean, the thing is about loot filter, you know, it doesn't help me if it just filters, right? I need these items to salvage. They also need to make the salvage irrelevant, at least. Or something like that, right? Because if I don't salvage these items, I won't have mats. Or at least not as much as I could have, and so, you know, a filter, even if it existed right now, without such a change, would be relatively useless. Outside of like, okay, very end game, you know, I'm like decked out on like 5 different characters and I don't care about anything anymore. Sure. Can you start the DLC campaign after completing the original? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Yeah, it's kind of wild that non-ancestral items exist in Torn 4, man. Like, they should just not exist. Like, just don't drop anything, man. That would be better. But again, it's a salvage problem, right? Just, you know, drop it, like, up the material drops a bit or something, and just don't drop 750 items at all. I think that would feel better. Like, in Torment 4, I don't care, man. I don't, there's no chance I would ever even look at the 750 item. People, the volume drops aren't enough. What do you mean the drops aren't enough? What are you whining about? It seems like one Elias Fireball does something like 20% area. Just try to tank one. That is insane, actually. It's funny how I have to fight this like high level dude here. High pit level dude. To get my millionth heart. Well, boss. People want to see a lot of loot from a kill as a dopamine fix. Like, I want to see a good item. Like, if I get a loot filter, I want to see a big item drop and it shines and it makes a tink, and it's like, oh my god, I got it. You know, that's the dopamine. Like, just like 10 items dropping that I will all salvage anyway without even ever looking at them. What's the dopamine, man? Yeah, sure, it's kind of funny that there is, you know, you kill Astaroth and it just keeps dropping shit for like 20 seconds. Yeah, okay. That's fine, because it happens like once every half hour, if you try, right? and I can spare those 20 seconds. But I don't want to go into the pit, kill, like do a speed run 2,000 times in a row, get 8 items every time, and like 1 in 20 of those is an ancestral that I would potentially glance at. And all the others are 750s. The problem with big, bright, awesome item drop is, look at it, it's garbage. Yeah, this is why we want loot filters, right? Like, if you make a loot filter in last Epoch, and something shows up on your filter in big, bright, white letters, then you know you won the jackpot. And this is what we need. You know, this is the dopamine. I don't need fucking 20,000 items that are all 750 that I will salvage anyway. Invite me, Patton. There's no one here, of course. But they need the math. Exactly. They need to fix. You know, if they give us a loot filter, they need to fix that we have to salvage everything for the mats. I mean, there are ways to do that, you know. They can just give us another option that is like way better than salvage to get mats. So that we don't care anymore, right? Like the efficiency gain of not picking up the loot and not salvaging it, and you know, spending that time going and farming those materials somewhere, you know, you could just make it so that it's worth it, right? And that you don't care about the items on the ground. Or you just auto-salvage them. I mean, why not? We already have an auto-salvage feature in this game. Or, you know, yellow items, right? You just extend that to the filtered items and just auto-salvage them. Boom. Like, it's already in the game. And this is not really like a novelty anyway, like other games do exactly that. The items that are filtered, they just get salvaged. Boom. Hardcore is still viable in Season 9 for an average Joe. Oh, don't play Spiritborn, you're gonna be fine. Average Joe, it's a good character name actually. Can we stagger? Can we tight? I'm gonna slow down on DPS a little bit. But I can press Cyclone Armor for a knockback. Look at that stagger. No, don't kill him, guys. What are you doing? F. Too many people. I didn't play Flurry recently, but it's pretty decent too. Played a bit on PDR and stuff.
Use it well.
Is Storm Slide really back? No, that build is pretty dead. Unless something happened.
Not a bad pull, that. watch that. Return soon.
24, nothing changed. Yeah, I guess that's true if you ignore that every class has a completely new meta. And one of the major endgame systems got a big revamp this season. Kenny with a raid. Hello. Thank you, man. How's it going?
I hope whatever's here puts up a good fight.
Yeah, filmic. We need to change tempering so you can choose a start you want, but make it have slight chance to G8 a tempo. Interesting. I mean, there are ways to like change tempering a little bit more in like user friendly. Like maybe it's like the temper. You select the manual, but it like rolls all of them and you choose which one you want. But maybe there's like fewer attempts or something. That could be a solution as well. I think it's something that Dreadscythe suggested at some point. I kind of don't mind that idea. It's just like, you know, rolls all the 4 options. And you just take the one that you care about. Which would make some sort of sense with like the blacksmith. You know, actually like altering the item the way you wanted it. Kind of like, you know, RP wise. Alting Druid. That's a wonderful idea, actually. I'm having a blast of this. Dude, I need to compare Astaroth now to like T4 lair bosses, actually. I'm gonna do some T4 lair bosses on this. I wanna see like how tanky is Astaroth compared to the lair bosses. After this round of escalation, I guess. Astaroth is weaker. Interesting. Oh, Gold Shrine. Let's go. I didn't have any like lags or server issues though. That's why also because there's fewer people in the hardcore servers. I imagine there's like a lot of people on softcore and this is why the servers are unstable. I didn't have any problems at all. Kind of forgot what was the number of my gold before the shrine. You have a 4GA perfect roll Azarath on season hardcore. Well, it's nice, but I kind of want to SSF as much as I can, and I already have a decent one. Also, I don't have gold to spend right now anyway. But I'm sure you can sell it for a lot. Literally every season people told me get a new PC because my game was running so bad. I mean, we were talking about the servers here, not about my PC. Score of escape. I would say they've probably doubled it. Not much. Yeah, it's not much, but you find them. It's consistent enough, I'd say. I have like 20 now or something. Crazy how fast I got a Druid 54. I mean, at this point I had like a lot of Paragons and gear and whatever, right? And I mean, this is also just a powerful build. Like literally, I leveled this to 60 with some caches and some strongholds. I went to... I unlocked Torment 3 just from like random 750 gear that I gambled. Then I killed Urivar a few times, got the Lightbringer, and boom, I was in Torment 4. That's it. It's kind of wild. Which better have I achieved? I mean, I wasn't really trying to push or something. I've done 85 in like 4 minutes or so. I guess the goal would be something like 100 plus. Like 15 tiers higher from here should be very doable without insane gear and fishing. I'm not sure what is like a good boss for this build. I mean, do we care about ads? Not really, eh? So I guess we just want to like have one of the low HP bosses. And apparently the Scourge of the Land is the squishiest boss these days. So I guess we want that guy. He's also pretty large, which is good for the puddles. Or Sea Hag, I imagine, might be kind of nice because he's pretty stationary and fat. Sorc actually did 135. Thanks to good old Crown of Lucion shenanigans. Okay. Does anyone remember what happened last season with Crown of Lucion when I disabled it? I don't remember what caused what was going on exactly. But I disabled it. Was it Whirlwind? Yeah, it was Whirlwind, right? Korean are so smart, lol. I think realistically what happened is this guy wanted to equip a Shaco, but he didn't have one. So he was like, what is the next best thing? Oh yeah, I have this Lucion, let's try that. So he slapped it on and boom, suddenly infinite damage. So this is likely how that went. Dude, Crown of Lucian on a Hydra build. Seems like such a logout angle actually, just from like the playstyle of it. Keeping up that thing. I mean, okay, there's like the Hail of Warglass, which is basically the same thing, right? So Lucian is basically just a shitty version of Hail of Warglass. So this guy wanted to equip a Hail of Warglass and didn't have one. So then he equipped a Crown of Lucian of all things and discovered a bug. Yes. Because Hail of Warglass is just the same, but 5 times better. If you want to play such a clunky playstyle, then you do Hail. He knew what he was doing, yeah. They're too smart, man. He knew the Crown of Lucian would do that. And there is a chance that he intentionally tested if Crown of Lucian would be bugged. Now that would be a smart thing, actually. Because of, you know, track record, basically, right? Like, there are certain candidates that just keep coming back. You know, Shatter, Call of Lucian, Edgemasters, Berserk Ripping, always a favorite. So that is a smart thing to do, for sure. I think Companion Druid has better single target at low level for bossing. I haven't really seen Companions in action. Last time I played them was a few seasons ago, before the expansion. They traditionally have pretty good single target, so they should be good for bossing for sure. 1 second. Wonder how they come out with something like that. I mean, it could be what I just explained earlier with like, okay, we already know that, you know, these items and these effects have like a track history of being bugged in like half the seasons that we have ever played, and they keep coming back every single time. So, you know, it's not such a far-fetched idea that someone intentionally tested Crown of Lucian to see if it was bugged again. And this is how the Hydra bug came to be. That's relatively likely. Because, you know, like logically, no one would dream about equipping a Crown of Lucian on a Hydra build, right? So, this is just not what you do. But, yeah, I guess sometimes it's like RNG, it's like, oh man, I had this, or maybe he swapped his build from something else and he forgot to swap the helm. You know, that and there you go, right? So, bye. Could be all kinds of explanations, and they probably have to do with accidents. You know, sometimes it just happens like that. Thank you, Pepsi Freak. Triple boots. Oh my god, man. What? They're perfect and then 35%. Are you serious? Here's another one. No, wait. Debated. It's Pen and Grease. Get a 4GA perfect tables. Fuck. Why are they so bad? Oh.
What's left, you ask?
Negative numbers are back. Nice. Does the number of GA effects guarantee better power? Yes. Each GA cuts off the bottom 20%. So free GA should be a 60% or higher perfection. And it was a 35 on the range of 20 to 50. So I had exactly the minimum basically. Did I? Actually no, I got halfway. It was less than it should be, so sometimes it can happen that it bugs out. But as far as I know, it's supposed to be 20% higher on the minimum basically per GA. But in this case I was only at half. I was exactly in the middle. What's the target pit? I guess slightly above 100 is what we're shooting for. Why do I have purple rings around me? This is a season power. I never thought that someone would do 135. Well, the next bug is always around the corner. And here we are. Yes, Brilliant. This is like one of the best hardcore builds you can play right now. Giga tanky, very good damage, easy to build, easy to play. Like, this build kind of has it all. Escalation sigil. I still overpowering constantly? Yeah, the puddles overpower. I have my own overpowers on the Pulv here and there, but the puddles are guaranteed. Explains the Barb build this season. Yes, but it's the weakest of the 4 basic attacks. So it's more like a meme. Especially considering that Barb in general is the weakest class right now. It's doing like okay, but you know, with the good basic skills like lunge and bash. In Frenzy it's kind of like the shitty version of that. Not broken, what the fuck is that? Oh, it actually like boosts one of your stats somehow. To infinity. That's interesting. But how does that specifically interact only with Hydra and not with other builds? Hi, Rock fan. Obido. Is it worth to switch on Polarize? It's not worth, since both builds have almost the same power. But if you want to play a Flash Winner build, then try it out. With a Serpentine aspect. But how does that go into the character sheet? What Globing just linked? Like, this is like a screenshot from a character stat. So it sounds to me like Lucian somehow stacks infinitely, because Hydra doesn't cost anything. It only costs something through Serpentine aspect, but all that Serpentine does is spend all of your mana. So it basically can always keep casting, and somehow it just interacts with the helm and just keeps going, or what? So I wonder if you see like a ramp throughout the video. Like it does like no damage at the start and then later just one-shots everything or something like that. I'm gonna play Apex this season. What? So entertaining. Nice.
Hello.
Go on, good. It is him. How do I have teleport as a druid? Well, I sure this is a druid, and not just a Sorc of the Beast rune. But the answer is Ja. Need to take the druid spot on Maxwell because Boyer's build is not good. I somehow don't believe you. Any boss spawns? Okay. I mean, then you never know how much you need here to open this thing. I have no idea. What's the easiest class to play this season? Sorc or Druid, I would say. Like, this build here is relatively face roll, cannot die. Pretty chill. Sorc is also like powerful, minion build, low APM. It might be a bit boring. Mini Necro, kind of same story as the Hydra. He's running every companion pulverized instead of the building raw. Yeah, that doesn't make this build bad though. This might potentially upgrade this build. I just can't be bothered with the companions. And I'm actually like never really pressing the building raw anyway, it's just sometimes for like a burst. But the companions allows you to benefit from better runes. So I might actually do that as well in like the push or so. Because I can use Nagu rune, which is very nice. There's not a lot of good offering generation here.
See some steel you need?
5 minutes. So let's finish this escalation and the next one and then do some undercity real quick. This Pulv good on controller? Try it, but I would say it should be a controller friendly build. You farm Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons until 50 and then you do normal strongholds nights. Everything is controller friendly if you're not ass. Yeah, tell that to the rapid fire players. Strongholds are normal, yeah. They don't scale. Evade Spiritborn controller. Guess like a lot of tapping. I mean, you tap as well on PC, I guess.
Hello. Greetings.
I'll just check next time like how much HP he actually has, how much damage I'm doing to him. Seems like maybe 50 to 100. Oh, there's a quadruple. Okay, quadruple what? You have to not insta-kill the ads, hold the hero. Huh. Rogue stonks. Okay. Not what I expected. Dude, I thought this would be Wild Heart Hunger, but I'll take that, I guess. Well, I guess. Here's Boulder. Okay, so I want to do this. Actually, that's the right GA. 2 GAs, actually. Bit low in the affix.
Watch the hammer sings on your return.
Yeah, Rogue's actually running with Pain and Grease again this season. Some builds have it. Might be sellable. I don't think I'm gonna equip it on my Rogue anyway. I think I will try to sell these. Dude, when Horaric Jewels are gone again and we can actually use individual res gems again in our jewelry, this might be pretty nice as well to get the extra res affix there. Because right now we are forced to go all res everywhere. The best keybinds for the controller players. I mean, I use relatively standard keybinds. The only thing I changed really is I have force move on mouse wheel. How much can I sell a 4GA perfect penetrant grease for on hardcore, guys? Can I get 1 billion for this? That'd be kinda huge. $10. 5 million. Truncate the vendor. Nah, it's meta enough to be sellable for sure. Hidden Greaves is an item that people use. There's none listed on the auto trade. Nice. I mean, I don't expect to get much, but I don't know. If I can get like $500 million for it, that would also be fine. $500 million would be roughly double my gold right now. That would be nice. Yeah, I need a bunch of gold because I have to roll my neck to Envenom. My neck is too good to not be rolled to Envenom. I have to do it. So I need at least 2 or 3 billion in gold in the bank, I guess, to have a good chance. And we have to do that in the next 20 hours. So I need gold. I mean, okay, I can do some bossing. After I dupes the gold is worthless again. Well, this is spoken like a true softcore enjoyer. No, boots and rogue is better in every situation. And not anymore, there's no utility aspects that are actually offensive anymore. They removed all of the damage utility aspects, besides Duelist and Spiritborn for some reason. Duelist actually needs to become an offensive aspect, honestly, for Spiritborn. So playing increases a 25% multi when you CC a target. Plus a lot of crit chance that you may or may not need. Good movement. Hi, Jammercuts. Blue Skies doesn't sound salty at all. I guess Twinking is actually not a terrible way to farm mythics. The season track is really fast right now to get sparks. I think if you really try, you can probably get like an alt fully, like, you know, rep farmed in, I don't know, 2-3 hours or something. You do like party, maybe faster. Like you boost like 3 people in the pit, 50 minutes to 60, unlock T4, go hordes, blast hordes for like an hour. You're probably done in hordes in an hour or something. If you just do like 4-man hordes with some giga builds, and then you reuse all the same gear on the next character and over and over and over, like you're gonna print sparks like crazy. Two hours, yeah. Two hordes in T3 and you're done. Wait, what? mean, surprise Chrome stuff Druid is fine. Yeah, that surprised me as well. I heard so many bad things about it. But apparently it is actually doing okay. I guess the pit nerfs helped a lot with like these weird old school builds. I mean, the gap is still large, right? If you compare like what I'm speedrunning here, I can speedrun 75, you know. Chrome can speedrun 60. Okay. But you know, it's playable. I was adding T1, chase Mythics by doing their bosses. No, Mythics is something you forget about until you're in Torment 4. And what you want to do though is getting like your core uniques. Like most builds these days actually have like some really big uniques. So you want to try to go for those. Just get like a basic version of them. And then it's basically pit grind, get your glyphs to 46 to get the legendary glyphs. And then the rest kind of comes on the way. I think well get Stormglow can speed on 75s. Damn, that seems surprising. I'd like to see it. If Stormclaw is actually a thing like that, I'm gonna force our druids to write a guide for it again. At least for next season, maybe. Ah, true, we had Pain Gorgers. Yeah, Pain Gorgers seems to be big. Sure. Yeah, Pain Gorgers is definitely the biggest surprise, I gotta say. It's doing more than I had anticipated for those basic builds. Lunging Strike also looks good, Bash looks good. So I have to farm Mythics in T3. Yeah, absolutely. The difference between T3 and T4 bossing is not very large. I do most of my bosses on T3 so far. But I did want to try Varshan and stuff and see how it goes on this. How do you trigger the Pain Gorgers on the Stormclaw build? Is this Cataclysm? I guess Cataclysm would be a very comfy way. Just like spread it everywhere. Or maybe even Rabid Bear, right? You can probably do that as well. Wait, can you? Dire Werewolf? Rabid Bear? Maybe. Hurricane. I guess that works as well. But, I mean, Hurricane is kind of like a small... like just circle around you. I guess it would be nice to kind of like spread it, Pain Gorgers to the entire screen and just like, you know, hit something and then the entire screen dies. At least 44. Very well, Mark. Hurricane has no cooldown. Wait, why does it not have a cooldown? Anyone with Nature's Fury, okay. Before I forget, let's try a Varshi. Count of losing a snapshot, 450,000 fire damage multi. Yeah, it's kind of weird how it only works for Hydra stuff though, but somehow it interacts with your stat sheet. I don't know how exactly that is functioning. Okay, T4 Varshan. Can't we do it? Okay. It's a joke actually. Good. I guess the other boss also shouldn't be a big deal. He seems to be squishier than Astaroth for sure. Astaroth took longer. Earthspike looks damn nice too and fun. Yeah, Earthspike is cool. I think I made a video from PTR. I'm also gonna play it on this Druid.
I can clean this up in no time.
Penrogue, which maybe gets more damage, helm or ring? The ring, because you have Cow of the Nameless, which is... I wouldn't say comparable to Cow tradition, but it does give you quite a lot of boost. Stardust is very good. Yeah, that sounds like a dupe dictate. 500 million for a stack of Belial is way too little, I think. Although, I mean, 500 million gold, it's almost entirely what I have right now. I've barely spent much. It's definitely possible to farm a stack of Belial mats, or two even, if you do a lot of bosses. I have almost a stack in my stash right now. And I've used some. And I've not done that many bosses. We just do like bosses 10 hours a day, and if you like doing that, then yeah, you're gonna definitely get Belial mats. It's hard to say really, so... Most people farming them aren't gonna sell. Yeah, okay, I mean, if someone actually farms 2 stacks of Belial mats, he probably doesn't need to use the Belial mats anymore because he has just farmed like, you know, 2,000 bosses of all the other shit. So what does he do with the Belial mats, right? Like, I use Belial mats mainly as like a kind of like joker. You know, after farming the other bosses, did I get my stuff? No? Okay, I'm gonna do like 10 Belials and I get the stuff. Right, and then after 10 Belials, I have the item that I'm looking for with like an okay roll, and that's it. But if you farm enough bosses, then you don't need that. Perfectly hand farmed with love husk.
I forgive you, child. I forgive you.
4,000 of them.
It is done.
Yes, Meredith. Like, boss orders are not really a thing anymore. The way they traditionally used to work, where it's like, okay, you summon and you summon, and so on. It's just like, okay, you bring the mats, you kill the boss together, and then everyone opens the chest for themselves. And ideally without delay, because the timer for the next boss only starts ticking down once everyone has done it, I think. Oh no, I think the timer vanishes once everyone has opened at least. Is that how it works? Organic husks. GM free. Belial husks. From your local farmer. Your local Chinese farmer. Oh my god, it took exactly 20 seconds. Druid done? Question mark? Shit. No, Druid is not done. Druid will be done in 25.5 hours. Wait, 26.5. $26.5, the challenge ends. For the highest pit push on the Druid on hardcore. So until then we go ham on Druid. That's all Maxwell. It's Jesse and Jazul. This way is a refinement, but the best is net benevolence, I'd say, in Saba. Refinement tributes the end on the city. Just check how many caches I have. Maybe it's gonna boost the Barb already, just to have it there. Dude, I can't wait to equip all the mythics on this character and actually start blasting. Right now we have 0 out of 3. It's gonna be good. I'm boosting all the scrolls. You can after reach rank 15. But the scrolls are really terrible, so they don't really help you.
It is done.
Only 5 caches. Do you want anything from Grimoire? I don't think so, right? I can do this at least. How many caches? You need 4 caches to get to level 35 to equip your mythics. But probably have something like 10 caches to get close to 50, so that you can go straight into strongholds and then finish. And they can, I think 23 caches is 1 to 60 all the way. I'm talking about Whisper caches, so creative. You can use them to boost your alts to 60. Oh, accuracy rate went out. Right as I entered, what the fuck? That is, yeah, on the right you can see escalation tier 1. Yes, so creative. Yeah, I can definitely notice that the escalation does ramp up. I mean, I'm like kind of too OP now to really notice this. But if I was weaker, you can definitely feel that stuff gets tankier. I'm not sure how much, but it's noticeable. Crazy, right? 7 IK. Game that gets big updates every few months. And this live service has an active player base. Insane. I think there's gonna be some changes to the tier list. Yeah, I guess most of the basic builds might go up a little bit more than they are. And well, Hydra goes to the top now. At least until they disable Lucian. I use fire as main gem. What? In this? Because it destroys walls. You had infinite damage on my bingo card. Nice talking about that walk narc. Nibelers are pretty important now. And realistically, you know, it looks like they built the technology now to put more seasonal stuff into them as well. Like, for example, they have like this little icon when you go from one escalation to the next, where it has a seasonal icon. So it could very well be that they also put future seasonal stuff here, and maybe then, you know, have other seasonal stuff come back and so on. And also they added like functionality, for example, to spawn extra monsters of a certain type in the dungeon. It's like some of these affixes. They could bring back the millennium guys, and they can bring back the bloodseekers and these kind of things. So there's tons of stuff they can do. And it seems like they've been preparing for this now. You can definitely notice these little, you know, game upgrades in the background, basically. Hydra sticks. Yeah, apparently Stormclaw is not bad. Where did I put a pen and greaves? Yeah. Let's put it somewhere where I can find it.
Hammer sings on your return. Vassalition, hello, shining beauty. Better than starting from nothing.
Yeah, Stormclaw is the Chrome build. What is the equivalent pit level of escalated 9 levels? I don't know. Maybe it's like +5 pits or something. So it's like 55, 60, 65 or something like that maybe. It's not crazy high. And Astaroth is definitely harder than the small lair bosses. I'm not sure about the middle ones. Trade side will be used. Diablo trade mostly. Not 100% sure about that actually, Amy. Something that's in my testing list. I think it could very well be that the effect on Razor Blade doesn't actually do anything. For the Balazan builds. I chill, Spiritborn build, a climb up torments and an all-rounder. I guess Thrash, Spirit, and the Thrash Balazan stuff. It's like very easy to get started with. Maybe later I can do the Rake one. Agile Wolf is still bugged. No. It's bugged for the 4th time after being fixed 3 times. Let's stick to the facts.
Hello. Greetings. Greetings.
The 4th hits, or maybe the 4th patch fixes it. Dude, it's crazy actually. How does it always break? Why does it cause him so much issues? Like, what the fuck, man? It has worked. I specifically tried this at some points, and I remember it has worked. Wudijo arc. Exactly. I did a good bunch of Wudijo already last season. It's been pretty fun lately. Last season I did Boulder, and I don't know what's the other thing I played. Stone Burst. And now I'm doing Pulv and Earth Spike. I see a pattern. A lot of earth builds. I read, yeah, but for Grizzly Rage. Wait, are we talking about the Cosmic Anomaly or like what? Earthspike, yeah, I made a video about Earthspike a few weeks ago. I mean, now it's actually 2 lines, so it's gonna be kind of pork, I think. Actually seen the new effect in action. The ring, but for Crusade, why do you want to do that? What the hell are you guys cooking? Riches of materials.
Hello.
200 herbs, 600 red crystal. So like 1,000 chunks or hide or something. Okay. Hello, Crat. Pretty good, and you?
Sublime.
So I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Fuck. I mean, I need to replace that thing, but, well... A lot more ancestral guidance. A bit less willpower, a lot more hit-wise. Big dam.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
What is my main class? How to say these days? I guess Spiritborn. Used to be a rogue. But since I'm doing a lot of Spiritborn guides on Maxwell right now, it's like a bit more of a focus on the Spiritborn right now compared to rogue, I guess. Oh, Sean and Oliver. Does Greek guard drop anything for us? No, no. Yeah. What about Barb? For Barb I need Giguar actually. Age of Harnagat. Nothing on Beast. But Beast has Eagle Horn, so he doesn't just on Rogue. So this is Barb, a Rogue. Nothing. Actually, Wild Art Hunger, I need those at some point. For Spike, so I can do a Seer. I think I have a good Vishnagpa, good Jackamp. We're fine there. And there's nothing. Barb needs a lot of Seer actually, holy. Oh my let me. Ugly bastard. Okay, nothing. Okay, there's the Red Lightbringer. Here's Balazan. There's also Balazan. Okay, but this is like for later, it's fine. Just remember Barb, Rogue. Barb. But we want a Wild Heart. So let's do Seer. Ding ding. What? Yo, Calm Blast. Thank you, man. Was that a golden bag? Yeah, it's a golden bag. I save it for the dire times. $47,000 life. Pretty good. Good boss. Let's just check how much damage I do. Okay, 8 billion. Multiple times. Definitely a couple of dozen billion DPS. Seems good. Wonder how much HP Belial has now. Oh. Smash. Two husks. At least Ancestral Guidance now stacks up properly with this. Very nice. Wow. Something doesn't look right on the Shadowblade build on max roll. Can you be more specific?
I carry the best shards of the heavens. May the
Yo, free to Endless Tempest 38 Melonic. Is that a thing? Maybe get that Blood Mist from a skill somewhere. I mean, if the Enkin build runs something like a Shaco, it's likely that they get the points for Blood Mist from the Shaco. Before that, they probably have to invest their point. But there should be like the starter variant, for example, that has an altered tree. Or worst case, just take out one random point from one random passive or something and put it. New high abilities of the 120. Yeah, there's a bug with Crown of Lucian that gives you infinite damage. I'm gonna see 150 soon, I guess, if it hasn't happened. I just realized we can get Razor Blade here as well, that's neat. He has just Shaco. Wait, 120 with Shaco, okay. That is surprising. What's going on there? Not even a Hail of World Glass, that seems very sus, I gotta say. What? A Helgarion. Even one is not rare AF. It's so weird capping res an hour of instance. Oh, you better get used to it. Yeah, it's the Mafian. The Maxwell build guides are, genuinely written from the point of view of the mythic variant. So if there's like, starter, ancestor, whatever, and then sometimes you swap skills or you swap items and whatever, or like even the entire combo kind of is a bit different, then, this is why we have those different variants to explain this. But the standard version of the Maxwell build is basically the mythic, so, you probably have the chakra crypt, you get blood mist from there, and so that's what you see in the skill section, for example. What the hell? We haven't gotten a single Walter-Tanger yet. Nice. And clicking on the starter only opens this like starter tab basically. The rest of the guide remains the same. So whatever needs to be explained will be explained there, but it doesn't like magically change everything else in the guide. We got a free GA Vasily. Well, I should keep that in general, it's a good item to have. For Boulder, for Earth Spike, for Landslide if you want to play that. Yeah, there's something going on, Brendan, I guess. Seems fishy. We already know that there's some bugs of Hydra going on. Surge, not better with poison. What does poison have to do with Celestial Surge? Yeah, can you explain, Danke? Like, yeah, Celestial Surge can pull stuff, okay. And then? I guess I can put him into the puddle or something. But so far, I have not really deemed that necessary. Maybe for push or so, I would probably do that. We should drop the class fantasy and let every class do everything. Oh my god.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Disaster. I think that the choice of which infusion and which catalyst you use is nearly irrelevant under almost every circumstance. So in that case, I didn't think too hard about it. I just took the beam and that's it. One thing you can do is Nagu with the Celestial guys, and then put the Celestial thing on the Grizzly Rage. At least if you have 3 Arcana you don't care about at all, you can do that. But I do care about my Arcana and I want to trigger them regularly. No wonkers. The only bit I would remotely consider something like Umbracox is probably Andariel Rogue.
Come back and see.
That doubling command is actually still almost accurate. Oh, Spiritborn this season? OP as fuck. Yeah, that's not lucky or anything, Bell. Fine. Happens every day. Thank you, Snowing Blood. Soon TM Rosenwind. Oh, that Seer farm didn't work out at all. Something worth on Pulv Druid. I mean the Calculus ring? Stardust ring? Yeah, Stardust is used on Pulv. But it's like not such a crazy upgrade. On the Penshot Rogue though, holy. That is gonna be something. And also for my Balazan builds.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
It's actually an upgrade. Because they don't care about the resource at all.
Come back if you need the forge.
On time. We only got 6 husks. 3 Belias. Wait, that's it? He's just that good, Wonkas. Yes. P. Dobra. Should always gamble in T4. Thank you for playing, man. Well, the question is, how much did you shortcut with trading, Wonkas? That's an important question to answer. That's explained in the first paragraph in the intro, Timmy. Tildia, Rake, way comfier and better cooldowns, and Crush, way tankier. Factor wise, what has been the most this season? Spiritborn, Druid, or Rogue? I can't decide really. I decided this season only fun allowed, and so I can't really say which is the most fun right now. Yeah, out of bundled herbs constantly. Stop using the stat instance and just go with the defensive and the resistance. That helps. I never use 3 instants, only 2. And I actually slowly go up like this. Recommended build I suggest a Sorc. Hydra, but it may be boring. You can spend extra ceramic files, but to basically 0 benefit, so I wouldn't even bother. But yeah, any kind of guard as a thing. Use Quarks on Pulv. I was trying this earlier. I should maybe for the tankier bosses. It's easy to sustain. And also, in case you have, like, for example, a GA resource cost reduction on your weapon, it's very hard to trigger Ancestral Guidance. So Quacks helps you to actually trigger that and make up for this insane resource cost reduction. Full viable without Overgear? Yes. You can go Crown Lucian, which is a decent replacement for Perdition. Stardust is a relatively small upgrade. Shroud is also a relatively small upgrade. You don't get too much from Mythics on this build. Only 2 legendary runes so far. Do we do a horde? Could do a quick horde. How's my gems looking? I've done like 85 in 4 minutes or so. Yeah, like. Oh shit, we don't have to teleport now. Well, I guess I have 47,000 life now. Tornado Druid, no good. Lightning Tornado, you mean like with Cataclysm? I'm not sure how Tornado's played right now, but Tornado is definitely one of the weaker things on Druid. Even last season before all power changes was kinda ugh. Yeah, it's really fun podcast. I like it a bit. I think Pulv Druid might be better on bosses. My Druid is a bit more decked out than my Rogue as well. I think both are gonna be fine. Glass feels bad after both. That's funny. What's our main character? Yeah, it's like Spiritborn and Rogue these days. A bit more on the Spiritborn side, since I handle a lot of guides on Maxwell for Spiritborn. And I gave a lot of my Rogue guides to other people. A great preview of Season 10. Yeah, it's the same as Season 5. And then we doubled it. Doubled the seasons, doubled the hordes. That's why it's so much lower. And we have it in A tier. I mean, the thing is, we had no idea how it would behave, right? Because they changed the item completely. But yeah, it probably moves up a little bit on tier list. But not much. I mean, A tier is like, maybe it goes from like, it's like low A tier right now, maybe it goes to middle of A tier or something. I mean, okay, you know, who cares? So, my gloves done. They're at 85 right now. I'll just finish leveling them when I do the push tomorrow anyway. It's no rush right now to get them higher. Should we hide on Flash Runner because it's easier to gear? That's a fair argument, but sometimes we do make some slight adjustments on our tier list based on, let's say, gut feeling. like that. And since, like, for example, if Flash and Pulv perform equally, then yeah, we would probably put Pulv above Flash, but maybe like right next to each other or something. You have to do the season quest line, like the first 2-3 quests or something, to get the rep. Where does the elemental damage come from conversions? It comes from the board itself, and from the Bane or from the Wildfire Glyph. Ah, fuck. I think Butcher is gonna give me more than +1 on the Hellborn. I made a split myself, but it's also a Pulverizer Maxwell. That looks slightly different.
I've many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Do we care about Stormstrike ranks? Or Claw? You care about Stormstrike ranks, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. High Defense is a defensive passive. But okay. The attack speed cap for Hydra Sorc. It's the same for everyone. 100% cap 1, 100% cap 2. If you don't know what that means, you should read the attack speed guide on Maxwell in the resource menu. So 3 to 1 bosses. Potions are out. We can do another quick horde, I guess. But I should read some guides too. Yeah, honestly, they should just get rid of this fucking attack speed system they have. It's fucking stupid. Just make it 1 cap, 100%, be done with it or something. We have too much attack speed anyway. Keep stuff you'll never use, but convince yourself you might. Yeah, eventually I throw it out. Okay, we add cap 3. God damn it, man. And the thing is, the caps that we have don't even make any sense. You know, there's no logic. It's just a coin flip every single time. And whatever they told us about it is not true. There's no logic and reason. So even I have to like look it up like half the time. Like what those were when I make a new build. And by now I know most of the stuff by heart, but that's only because I made like a fucking 100 builds. It's no tickets. I mean the hearts for Harmiger. They can't get banned for that. Bugs right now. She only have half my damage for no reason. I should try to farm more their bosses OCD and drop a lot there. I think Crucible has a point. I would say you should try to unmute, but I don't think this will really help. Let me tell you, a 4GA Scarlet Kiss is so much not on the menu that not even Rapid Fire, comma, the worst build on Rogue currently, comma, even runs that unique. So, yeah, unfortunate. I think every boss to be a 2-3 phase fight might be a bit overkill. I wouldn't mind if bosses in general just get a bit beefier if you do them less often. You know, if they... Like, I want to be done with the boss farming after like maybe a few dozen kills maximum per boss in a season. But, you know, the materials need to be way harder to get, and the bosses need to be tankier or something. Then this is okay. And the overall result should be less time spent on bossing. And I have to go from best to worst. Well, it was not just Death Trap, it was also an entire expansion. And that expansion just, you know, kind of killed combo points. And Totas brought us Shadow Clone, thanks Ava. And yeah, those two things together kind of decimated RF. Yeah, I think the boss might be kind of long now. A lot of quacks. Who am I kidding? Okay. Could have been a second less. TB glove, anyone? A friend of mine suggested one of them make Belial Mats stack max 10. Make it like unique 10, you know, you cannot own more than 10. No, but I think realistically, actually, what it would not be the worst idea would be to just make all these fucking boss mats like an actual material, like this, right? So just make it go here. And that would kind of like solve most of the issues. And it would also solve a bunch of stash space issues that we have. The only difference is you can't trade them anymore. But like legit blasters, you can't trade them anymore. But I don't think this is really a problem. You can still trade the items. I think I'm gonna suggest that to the devs. We have time. 18 minutes, okay. Yeah, honestly, I mean, there's not really a huge argument against like buffing the loot a little bit or something, worst case. If people don't farm like non-stop Belial like 10 hours a day for free, it's okay to buff the drop rates a bit. I mean, I kind of doubt that the drop rates are balanced around RMT and duping. It doesn't feel that way. You know, it's reasonable for an SSF player to get everything you need, including all the mythics and whatever. But it does take relatively long. Like, it's just too much boss farming in general, I think. Like, I don't even mind that it takes long. I mind that we do so many bosses. Like, just, you know, reduce the dependency on bosses a bit, and then give us, like, maybe a little bit of hope to actually get mythics elsewhere. That would be a start as well, you know. Make, like, a super rare mythic cache from Whispers. And, I don't know, give a pit, you know, like a scaling chance, starting with 0.1%. To drop a mythic, or I don't know, some shit like that, right? And then you can do some other stuff like that. And then, you know, 1 in 1,000 pits drops a mythic, cool. Or, you know, 1 in 1,000 whisper tournaments is like a mythic cache. Or something like that at least, so you have sometimes like some extra thing. And that is like a cool, like, you know, oh my god, I got something. Get a random mythic at a certain pit level. Yeah, like a freebie, we already get a lot of freebie, right? Like the spark from the season journey, the spark from Lilith, the spark from the season rep. I mean, mythics are pretty farmable, no matter what. Even with just the season rep, you can just make alts. Yeah, apparently people do it in 2 hours each. You know, 2 hours per spark is not a bad count for someone who doesn't want to farm bosses, I think. But yeah, why not also just like drop a random spark sometimes, you know? Like I want the spark to be like just like a drop. You know, every, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 hours, you know, boom, spark on the ground. Like, that would be cool. Spark Goblin. Yeah, Mythic Goblin could also be something. Super rare, of course. There is a mythic. Wait, what? For real? I've actually never seen it. Okay, maybe we got that then. So they did one thing. But I think the Whispers thing does not exist. That I talked about. Like, I want a mythic Whisper cache. I haven't even seen the Ancestral Legendary one this season. Kick. Mythics out of cache access. Yeah, okay, but it's gonna just be a random drop, right? It's just like, okay, you open a cache and you hit the jackpot. I want the cash to be the jackpot, you know? There are 2 J Tyraels. Wait, someone else killed the mythic goblin next to you and you just got the Tyraels? For my health touch chest. Oh. Damn. Yeah, to rework the mythics because half of them are useless. I don't know. I kinda wanna wear less mythics and not more. I'm relatively happy with half of them being useless, I gotta say. The chance of mythic drop in the open world is 1 in 6,500 inventories. That sounds about right, I guess. I do agree that there's too much of a power gap between the good and the bad mythics. But I think in general the mythic system will have to change a little bit. And it's mostly the weapons that are useless. And I guess Undial. It's mostly the weapon problem, I guess, since they made tempers and whatever at some point and then never did anything with those mythics. And I guess they were too afraid that they would make them too strong or so. What are important horde specialized on in terms of loot? That's the only... well, that's not exactly true, but you can get Scrolls of Restoration here, which is the main reason to do them. Supposedly gold, but gold farming in hordes is terrible. Optosite is okay, Gem Fragments is okay. But I guess these days I would go Knife Nations for that. And they also have a specific list of aspects and uniques you get there much more reliably. I've been playing Rake, which is very chill. Well, that's probably a higher pusher though. I haven't done hordes once this season. Yeah, Blizzard Dev is taking notes. And they're like, that has to change. The horse rework is coming. Actually, how about we do this? Get the boost in. Barb Dijo. Epic should just be 900 gear, that's perfect roll tops purple. Oh my god. I don't want primals round 2. We already have primals almost, actually, with the GA loot. You don't need primal. Wait, how many did I open? 3. Actually, I want to see how many caches I need to get to 50. We have 2, 4, 6 more. It's 9. Okay. Okay, problem is we're gonna fill up our stash a little bit now with this random stuff.
What's left, you ask?
It's kind of funny how the first round of caches I picked were all like legendary recipes, and now it's all blue. I wonder if I should just open them all at the start, not loot anything.
What's still got some good in it? Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Again, Prince. Okay, we went to 44 with 9 caches. +4 to kick. Insane.
My hammer sings on your return.
You can farm respawning sparks from the season rep. You also get 1 from Lilith, first kill, and 1 from Season's Journey. And otherwise salvage mythics that you find. from their bosses especially.
We need reinforcements.
When you join Sound Trading, gives you their ping. Yeah, you basically get invited to their server, and if they're like in a different part of the world, they're gonna be on that server. You have to relog. Dude, we seriously need class icons in parties, man. Look at this Barb and this is a Druid. Like, can you tell them apart? If you didn't see that icon here on left? Why can you not have party frames with class icons? T1 vertex. Yo, thanks, Camus, Sorc Prime. Good at killing her. Yeah, you have to not insta-kill the ads, and then she doesn't bug. I guess we do more bossing. We want to save this. It's Urivar time, I guess. Urivar. You don't have that much, actually.
Potent potables. What needs of you?
Okay. BRB. Gonna get some water and stuff. Second, guys. Okay. Good to go. Let's go. Oh, I got a pit thing. A pit thing. I wonder if I can try Ahu Quacks and see how that goes. Just out of curiosity. We are at 86. Oh, we have a redeem. Okay.
This place is unsettling.
Nah, we're not actually filling resources fast enough. Being right, David. Rogue's really fun this season. Can recommend. Great run here. Jewel Guardians. You barely see them actually. I've almost never seen them. It seems like they spawn after 2 minutes. And they're like trash mobs now. What the fuck? They just die. I want to see how much progress they give me. Dude, I really need like a glass version of these. Like the plastic, I just can't see anything. Just way too dark. I need to check if I can find another version of this. I think if we had GA resource cost reduction on this thing, and then use Quarks, that would probably be a worthwhile combo. Unless Ancestral Guidance last. 5 seconds. If it was Nagu, Quarks, I get a pretty big overflow, so I get 1.5 seconds of Quarks every 5 seconds. This would probably trigger Ancestral Guidance as well. And I would also probably reset all of my resources in those 5 seconds. If my Pulv costs next to nothing. But now we have only 40 RCR. But if a GA and Master to 12 with no crits, that would be like something like 90%, so Pulv would cost basically nothing. You see those guardians everywhere? Really? I barely ever see them. Fully now. Like, I've noticed them, I don't know, maybe 5 times so far. In all of my runs. It's just now that the pits are not slower on the high tier that I actually see them. $87.8. Thanks. Oh shit. Actually, we can open this on a lower character, so I really should get the same gem fragments. Should be fine. To Cyclone Armor. Okay, this Arrow Quacks. I'm not sure about that. T4 Uribar Monka. Well, by design, that's correct, Slattern. But there is another way. Mini bosses, it's like all the their bosses basically. They can give you husks. But they can randomly spawn and then give you husks. Not the other way. Oh look, GA Azeroth, holy. They have 10 attack speeds. There he is. If you have Tusk, you should do Belial. Belial is like 10 times better than the other bosses in terms of reward per time spent. Like Belial is ridiculously OP compared to this.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
The Gigabug builds are starting to come out of the woodwork, yeah. There's 125 on Sorc. We're soon gonna see like 150, I guess. Hi, Dennis. Thanks for Thomas. $200 mace. 260. Yeah. Right here even. You're pretty consistently skipping the face, yeah, it's nice. The brilliant sigil 150 increased numbers are often max up compared to the in-game numbers. Interesting, what's the difference? That's a funny bug report. Can't believe that someone found that. Maybe it's an Easter egg. We want to see if anyone would ever use Brilliant Sigil. We found the guy. So grab 150 clear without Hydra. Yeah, it must be something with something else with Sorcs then. Because it goes into the stat sheet. Like there's something, like Lucian does not go into the stat sheet and the Hydra stuff, so there must be something else on Sorc that somehow can scale to infinity. It's just the people play Hydra and, you know, use that build, I guess. Some infinite elemental stacking with lightning spear. Okay.
See some steel, you better than starting from nothing.
Yes, hit and run. Great. I don't actually have any mods there. Oh, okay. Do we do some Duriels? Did I check Duriel earlier? No. No. Tempest Roar and Dolmen Stone. Wow. Azure Wrath. Tibalts. Let's try Duriel. I wonder how much HP he has. Maybe we can figure it out somehow. A little bit. Well, Ava's not on Sorc, so it's all good. Good as Crushing Hands if kept like compared to Evade build. I'd say Evade is noticeably stronger. Not necessarily much faster. I think once they're decked out, Crushing Hand can do T4 and fly, but it's kind of hard, much harder to get there, I'd say. Okay, T4 Duriel, let's see. If damage number's on. Okay, he's absolutely getting blasted, what the fuck? He doesn't even have more HP than like the other guys. Dude, just give this guy a cold aura and plus 100% speed. And then we're talking. I love that build in Season 6. Yeah, I mean, as I said, like T4 content is fine with Crushing Hands. But yeah, their bosses will already be a bit of a issue on T4, I'd say. Crushing Hand is just like, yeah. It lost the overpower shenanigans, and yeah, the Kappadeka builds are just not that strong right now. You can play Crushing Hand with Balazan if you just want to have the same kind of feel, I guess. How much XP? He doesn't even have much HP. Less than 50 billion, I think. I wonder how much HP Belial has. When it expires, it will be on cooldown. But if you're staying Crazy Rage, you can press Crazy Rage again and not let it expire. But I guess it resets the damage buff. I haven't tested that. But yeah, this is a bug. You're not supposed to have Crazy Rage on your bar while in Crazy Rage. I mean, for all practical purposes, it doesn't really matter. Because you're always permanently in Crazy Rage anyway. But it does make the build more comfy because, you know, sometimes you can just like, you know, look at the loot and then it drops, or sometimes you have to backtrack through the pit for like 500 miles, and then it drops, or something like that. But yeah, I mean, in realistic gameplay scenarios it doesn't really drop anyway, so it's always up. They should just leave it that way. I think what they should do with Grizzly Rage is they should do something like the Incarnate skills on Spiritborn. Just when you have the ult on your bar, you are in Grizzly Rage permanently. And then you have an active where it's like, you know, some damage buff, or I don't know, some, like, you know, all the bonuses multiply for like 5 seconds or something like that. I mean, that would be cool. Because the way Grizzly Rage is played right now, you just put like 1 point in the thing. You don't care about cooldown, you don't care about duration, like who cares about anything. You know, in the optimal scenario, this is what you do, right? You just like click it once and never come out. And you can just well make it like a passive and give it a quality of life. And then actually make like a fun skill that you can press sometimes. You can be perma bear with a unique. There's a chest for Wolf and for Bear. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Grizzly Mage specifically. Your resistance are 10-20%, armor is 600. Yeah, what you can do is use a normal helm to get started. Put big res on it, use incense. Grab the res nodes earlier. Like a lot of your res comes from Paragons later. And you might be just too low. The build is too strong and you're just like in tone 4 where you don't belong right now. Basically. So. But yeah, I'll also add like a starter variant that has a normal helm instead of loyalty and probably other tweaks. Because you just kind of like end up in tone 4 way too early and people have no res and armor. And it's called Insatiable Fury. It's actually a very good item. It's not that far from Shroud or Bear builds. God, is this the first round of Druids I'm doing here? Oh, I guess I'm not complaining. Yes! Okay, we actually got what we wanted. Got the crit prediction. So. I can put a lucky hit prediction on my rogue. Still missing the Starless. Well, one of many Starless variants. I need an attack speed Starless, a lucky hit Starless, maybe a crit Starless. Well, let's see. That's a good drop though. Let's just do it right now. There's no reason to wait. Some more crit. And a core. Okay. Now, how much crit is this? 100. So you have the Earth crit here and the Earth crit there, which are actually both irrelevant currently. Nice. The crit might be a bit overkill, but we'll see. I'm gonna have a bunch of core skill ranks anyway. I mean, a crit there will be nice. We can like get another temper or so. We can swap this around. He's starting with gold, he can't get over 20 mil. I have to do more bosses. Here's where I get the gold. Each inventory is like 3-4 mil or something. Is Druid better than Spiritborn? It's not, but it's very comfy, very fun, and at least 5 times tankier, so that's kind of nice. At least for hardcore. Oh, he died. Kapow. Damage more OP. I mean, you have more consistency with your single target damage, I guess. Because on Spiritborn you have all this, like, you know, Jackal Haul, you need ads, double dipping, bugs, and whatever. So, you know, sometimes you have these, like, you know, 20 trillion hits on Spiritborn, which is, you know, 1,000 times more than what I can do on a spare. And most of the time you don't really have that much. So Spiritborn is clearly stronger with the bugged builds, but yeah. Is it better? I mean, a well geared Spiritborn is not going to have any issues surviving even all the way to pit 100. You will generally not die. But it's a bit of a struggle to get there, I guess. Yo. Yo. Okay. I think I'll masterwork that one. I'm going to splash and I'm going to polarize. And then nearly the same power. I'm not sure if like one or the other is like particularly better in farming, but I mean I do 2-minute pit runs pretty consistently on Polarize. Maybe Flashiner goes a bit faster than that. The unique affix is irrelevant, it's fine. You can, but the GA on the proc and the attack speed is nice. Like on Pen Shot you can't even trigger this effect, so it's fine. It's only for DB or something, but even then, you know, like you trigger this all the time, doesn't matter. That's kind of attack speed you have. Which Spiritborn build is this? This is the Puddlerize Spiritborn right now. Fun build. Very hulky. If you want to get 2 GA with 2 attack speed, with attack speed. Yeah, for me this is actually might be the first 2 GA actually, and I got exactly the right ones. Nice, I'm farming rogue gear here while doing Duriel. I got my petition. Well, okay, technically I had a petition already, but now we moved it over to the rogue. I equipped the other one. And we got GG Azarath. I can salvage that one, I guess. So here, 831.3 million. 835.8. 4.5 million. This is a 12 out of 12, man. Fuck. World boss in 11 minutes. How's my... Do we try to go for world boss? Has been a disaster all the other times. Fuck it. The game is changing so much in open worlds. Maybe there's too many other people. Try crossplay off. I mean, it could very well be that it's actually something going on, you know, similar to like this PoE2 incident, where maybe some MTX is lagging out people and some shit. And this is the reason why in hardcore everything is fine, because there's no people. GA means greater affix, this means the stats. Oh, kapow! I wonder if this has to do with like the right timing or something. If I hit him right when he goes down or so, sometimes you can just kill him and skip the phase. What's our max damage on Druid? I don't know, 10 bill maybe? Maybe a bit more. Barb is good for his build, yes. Burning Butcher, you don't take that loot. That's funny indeed. Yeah, it's a Dark Omen affix. You can just like randomly appear at any time, even if you're not in combat or something, I think. What are you missing? That you're running out of spirit? Reactive Ooze is your friend. I say the glow from the Rabbit Bear aspect is really cool on the hands. It's like this green glow. Very fancy. Yo, Stevie. Thank you. The powers drop from the strong rooms in Ebenezer. If you're playing on the first day, it was bugged and barely dropped. But they fixed it now. They get them pretty reliably. They are dropped from the cache at the end of the strong room. You have to pick them. And then they automatically go to the boss bar thing. Ew. What the fuck? Roger Nightbringer is Uriva Vashan. Yeah, they... oh, Jarun, nice. They brought back the chains. I think this was like an elite affix and they... I don't know, maybe it was bugged out and didn't spawn anymore or so? This used to be an elite affix in vanilla. But yeah, I think since the expansion it was just gone and I guess they fixed it now or something. Jarun, very nice. You can put it on the Spiritborn. I think I'm gonna care about a Tempest Roar, unless you get like an insane one.
My hammer sings on your return.
World boss. I do a little bit of WSD on this build actually, but generally no. But this build is actually relatively well suited for WSD, I feel. It's good for the positioning, it's relatively low APM. I've been experimenting with this. Right now this is WSD. But yeah, most of the time I just do make mouse wheel. But I'm trying to get a bit more comfortable with WSD, it might be helpful in some situations. World boss 2 minutes, alert. Now I do mouse again. Are there any builds that are overperforming compared to Tillist? Yeah, everything on Sorc. Because Sorc has a class-wide bug, it seems. A massive one. I guess basic builds in general. Because Pain Gorge is better than expected. And that's probably about it, actually. I think the rest is pretty on point so far. Yeah, for many crystals farm bosses more and gold as well. They get both from bosses. In particular gold from vending the uniques. What's the Sorc bug? I don't know, something with Crown of Lucian and Lightning Spear apparently. It's polarized at the same. Is Earthspike at the same level as Pulv? That's a good question actually. We could try to do Earthspike with Paingorger. That might actually make it quite good. But I have not seen any Earthspike since the patch. I only played on PDR and it was decent. He took the scroll. Yeah, I will do some Earthspike at some point, but not yet. But to be honest, Pulv is working so well. It's gonna be hard to beat that or come close, but we'll see. I mean, on PTR, before they reduced the pit scaling, I killed Belial with Earthspike in like 5 seconds. So now with the, you know, extra damage, Pain Gorges potentially, other stuff, it might be fine. I have crossplay off, and I'm not going to the World Boss. Yeah, I gave Blizzard a lot of feedback about material economy, the boss farming, you know, just like how to make everything more fun, more target farming of materials as well, and these kind of things. Because the system is not relatively one-sided right now. So let's see what happens. It would be nice if Max Materials get updated. Yeah, I mean, like, big moves are usually done, like, kind of like immediately. And then we have, like, the big meeting. It's gonna be next week, where we, like, talk for everything. But I guess for now, we have to, first of all, have to figure out what the bug is on the Sorc exactly, and if every build on Sorc will just be, like, a 150 build now, the way it sounds, that might be true. In that case, we're just gonna make, like, S+, put every build of Sorc in there, or something. Until they fix it. So yeah, we'll see. But I don't have a Sorc, so I can't really explore what the bug even is. But that's up to Northorn and Panda. Yeah, Barb will definitely go up a bit from B to A, I guess. With at least Lunge and maybe Bash or something. That sounds like those builds are performing a bit better than we thought. Enlightenment and Season Power. Oh my god. So it's probably like some infinite feedback loop of infusion setting to the same value or some shit. Wait, can the other classes use that as well? No. My thoughts on Rex's opinion about D4. I don't know what his opinion is exactly. Besides that he doesn't like it. Again, Chinese farm shots over 500 boss months in the first half of the season. I would guess it's probably like after 3 hours or so. But basically, you get to 60, then you do like the first few steps of the season journey, and there you start getting boss mods. And once you have your first boss mod, you start duping them, and boom, you have infinite. And then they start making monies. So roughly like that. On the city. With those sass, it seems Blizzard is making a profit with these guys. Yeah, I'm sure that Blizzard really needs those extra bucks. Gold selling and material selling. And they're in with the Chinese farmers. For sure. You got any more of that tinfoil? What's my favorite Druid farming build? Boulder. Boulder's very nice. Played a lot last season. But the Pulv's very fun right now. I'm just gonna main this. It's like decently fast. Bit slower than Boulder, but I guess it's more powerful. And that makes up for it. Dude, what if the Chinese RMT shops are actually just Blizzard, you know, behind the scenes? Maybe there are no Chinese farmers. It's just Blizzard. Fuck, we caught them. Bobby, explain yourself. Yes, Volker. There are sites where people buy gold for real money. And not just that, they make incredible offers to be advertised by people like me. I can tell you that. Like new Lambo is definitely in reach. Kind of offers. I think the best offer I got was $20,000 per month. Once. Yeah, the RMT economy in this game is very big, guys. This was offered several $1,000s per hour by Raid. Yeah, Raid Shadow Legends also, they make good offers. But at least, you know what you got, you know, Raid Shadow Legends is not like some pay-to-win mobile game, you know, sure, but, you know, there's nothing like illegal or like, I don't know, something like that behind it, right? Okay, I guess technically you're not gonna go to prison for RMT in Diablo 4, but you know what I mean, right? But yeah, this whole like RMT stuff, and like, it's crazy. But I do have to say, Raid Shadow Legends, I used to have some sponsorships for them when I was like a much smaller streamer and stuff. And that really helped pay the bills, I gotta say. And I think this is really like the best part about Raid Shadow Legends. It helps the small streamers to survive. As funny as that sounds. But I mean, these days I also have no interest in doing another Raid sponsorship or something. So... Raid is a fun thing to see with big streamers. Yeah, exactly, like at a certain size, like, I get a ton of fucking offers, you know, for all kinds of random bullshit, right? Like every mail, every day I get like, I don't know, dozens of mails sometimes. Or all kinds of shit, and I say no to like 99% of them, basically. So, most of the time the stuff I choose is like very, you know, let's say well chosen, or so. I don't know how to put it. But I don't have to take like every fucking shit offer from like Raid Shadow Legends. So I'm luckily in that spot at this point. But yeah, of course, you know, Raid Shadow Legends, if they would sponsor me, they would have to pay a fuck ton for me to even consider it, and even then I would probably say no anyway. You know, just because, you know, it's like so far away from what I usually do, and you know, the pay-to-win side of the game, and so on. Like, I don't think I would do another Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship these days, for example. Even if they offer a lot. And sometimes they have like, I don't know, some random indie game, and they have like, you know, basically no marketing budget. And I understand, right? I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try it out, and you know, I go for like a much smaller sum, and I'm fine with it, you know, because I understand that it's just like a tiny studio or something, and you know, just have some fun, and maybe it turns out to be a good game at some point or something, right? So. Sirocco was nice. Yeah, Sirocco was one of those. It's a small studio, really fun game. It's free to play, with a good free to play experience, with no pay to. It's like pay to progress a little bit, but basically no pay to win. Like, that was a nice game. That was just fucking fun, and that was a great sponsorship. But also, like, you know, this was not like a really like large, you know, campaign or something I did with them, and that was okay. shit. Let's kill him one more time. Probably dropping my Cursey Rage. I don't have more mats. Oh, it actually goes down at like 70 out of 50. Interesting. Like White Shadow Legends monetization system. I mean, it actually has like a relatively good free-to-play experience, and you know, I'm someone who doesn't want to play pay-to-win games really and stuff, but I do accept the reality that these exist and that a lot of people actually do like them and play them and stuff. And for me, it's important when I have like a sponsorship for such a game that it has a good free-to-play experience. That's important for me. Like Diablo Immortal, for example, does not really have a great free-to-play experience because the entire game is like built towards PvP, and then in PvP it just gets stomped by the whales. But yeah, if it's like mostly a PvE game, for example, and you don't have like some random shitty mechanics like, you know, energy mechanics where you can only play 30 minutes a day, or some random bullshit like that. And you can actually like progress and unlock everything at some point. I think that's okay. You know, Torchlight, for example, is a very good free-to-play game. Even though there's pay-to-win in the game, I don't really mind that, and most people don't really seem to mind it very much. Because it's just a good game. Really buffed a little bit higher spawns? Really? I don't think they did. But the crystals that he summons, they hurt. Gotta be careful with those. Actually, I don't have a jar rune equipped. What made Pain Gorges better than expected? Well, I didn't really know exactly what was broken with them. I just know that in the past they did like negative damage, basically. They did nothing. And from what they said they patched, I did not really expect them to do enough. But apparently Pain Gorges are actually really contributing now. So it sounds like they might have fixed other bugs with the Pain Gorges as well. It was not working with a lot of shit, basically. And it seems like now it does. What is of Asheraf? Why so many builds use them now? What happened is they nerfed Overpower. Nah, we have to go further back. What happened is that the expansion came out, and the expansion rebalanced item power, and that made Asheraf scale very high, at 800 especially with a GA. And so Asheraf just does a lot more damage than most builds can do with their weapon. And Asheraf has been a really important tool for many builds since the expansion, and now it's just kind of like becoming more prominent. I mean, it's mostly on the Rogue and a little bit on the Sorc, and yeah, the Necros don't really do it, the Druids don't really do it, the Barbs don't really do it, although there might be potential for Barbs. Since they're generally kind of like on the weaker side, there might be like an Azeroth build hiding somewhere. I'm going to include Pain Gods in Kapaleka builds. That's a good question, actually. We can try it to see if it even works. It might work, but it might not work. So who knows? I actually never tried Pain Gods with Kapaleka. But if it does work, that could actually be pretty huge. I do have a Pain Goddess and a Kapaleka lying around, so I can do some cooking and see if there's any potential. But I'll probably use like in a few days or so. I will defeat Pain Goddess on Earth Spike. I have to look at the planner. I think the bigger question is how do you proc it on Earth Spike? That's a bigger struggle. But I guess you have hectic aspects. So with hectic aspects, it will be easy to use some skill that's just kind of like randomly procs it around you. Ideally, I guess you would like to do a Cataclysm, but you're already Accuracy Raging. So you could do... actually, does the rabies from Rabid Bear spread the Pain Gorges? Maybe. So if that is happening, then it should be pretty chill. It seems that Rabid Bear does the thing. Yeah, if Rabid Bear does the thing, then Earthspike, Grizzly Rage, Rabid Bear, Pain Gorger could be a thing, I guess. Have we tried it already? Might actually be pretty decent. On the to-do list, okay. You see the Broken Hydra build? I did not see it. But I roughly know what's going on, at least. And I don't really have much interest in seeing it, to be honest, so... I mean, enjoy it until Tuesday, I suppose, and then it's gone anyway. He did 100 on Eternal. Wait, with Earthspike? Danger? Yeah, apparently Stormclaw is also playable right now. Enquiries was a huge upgrade. I need to ask Beatdropper what exactly they fixed. I know Beatdropper had like an insane list of all the bugs with Pain Gorges. And I guess he has been checking that out. Earthspike and Gorgia, damn. Yeah, that's nice, man. 100? I'm definitely gonna log in, I think. Wasn't the next Shadow Clone, but nothing worked. Yeah, some stuff worked, but almost nothing that really mattered. Probably also like some aspects, for example, the ability or something that goes to rework now, and maybe that works now and stuff. And maybe it wasn't working before. How about once you're done with the season, we do a feedback survey of the community and the top 10 results get passed on to Blizzard. Can you elaborate what that would look like? Hey, Vephis. Stormclaw build I heard about uses Hurricane to proc Pain Gorges. Tactic. Or Nature's Fury. Yeah, Nature's Fury, I think, to reset it. Nature's Fury seems kinda odd, to be honest. It's like such a loss. But maybe to make it consistent. That's correct, Alec. You have a shovel eye. A double spike and pain hitting everything all at once is what is needed. Yeah, the damage was fine on Earth Spike. It was just like the coverage was kind of low. How long do we have? 12 minutes, okay. Do we just salvage the cow? I think it's a salvage angle. Okay. Do we need that crit in any way? Not really, I guess. Now I have an Air of Perdition to make up for my lousy fists, at least. My gold. Good enough for now. Hello, Katiara. Okay, my armor is actually a bit down. Or was it like that? No, it was like that actually. Okay. Oh. Ah, fuck it, I was gonna run a refinement. I need to put some of the tribunes in stash. Sensation of Fury is slightly better than Shroud. What do you think? Polarize? I mean, I haven't really done the math on it exactly recently, but I've done it in the past, and usually Shroud wins by a little bit. So Shroud is usually a small upgrade. And that should still be that way. I guess it comes down to also like which effects are currently active for you, like, you know, Resonance, Nature's Reach. What is the other? That's Earth, crowd control, passive, and so on, right? There's a bunch of passives that are kind of conditional. True. Yeah, I lost the overpower life scaling, so I guess Insatiable lost some value. But I mean, it's still a decent chest anyway. You know, definitely way better than the alternatives. Actually, I realize I'm almost about to cap out on Lucky Hit on this build. No, we're not actually. We need 250% to cap out, right? Okay, never mind. We have like half. Can you wait Spiritborn penalty for efficiently? Yeah, no problem.
It is done.
Wild Heart is for a bunch of Druid builds. Including, I have it in Earth Spike.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
How many caches do we have now? 2 more. I wonder how much this is. So this guy's at 9 caches right now. Wanna see how far we go with 11. I wanna learn how many caches I need to get a character from 1 to 50 in one go. And then go straight to the strongholds. Wait a minute, it just drops a random royal diamond there. Oh, we only got 2 levels. Yikes. Okay, so we probably need something like 15 caches then. 4 more maybe. Random royal diamond, that's funny. You like how the city is free of people in T4 hardcore? Yes. This world is too small for the 2 of us. Do I find some more bosses? Can do some T3 Andarials perhaps or some shit. How's my Andarial situation? Despair. Okay, what about the doggy? Quite a lot. I can do a beast on the rogue. Let's do beast on the rogue a little bit. This is hardcore. Why does Sorc, does resource cost affect the damage? No. Now we have this thing as well. But I think I might want to hold back right now until the Druid challenge thing is over. It's fine. We don't actually need the attack speed anyway, we're capped right now. Okay, do a bit of bossing on the rogue for a little bit. I think I do T3 for this. Why do I have both Cyclone Armor and ability Raw on the bar when Cyclone stops to Raw during Grizzly Rage? I think it stays active in the background, doesn't it? Maybe it doesn't. By default it used to do that. I mean, if you don't go for the Nagu rune and these kind of synergies, then there's not really much of a point to put anything else on the bar anyway. But yeah, I thought that Cyclone stays active. Oh, could kill him in T4 before he lifts off, but it might be a bit tough. Maybe when I get my starters and my shroud here. F Spambo. Do they have like a report feature for that? Hello, eh? Yeah, I mean, the whole Sanctuary Discord is a fucking cesspool, I think. Yes. Maybe it has gotten better these days, but every time I interacted there, or even read stuff there, man, I don't know. Felt like moderators were nowhere to be seen. A community of like 500,000 people was like, oof. Is that better these days? You don't need to have the building raw on your bar and then choose an extra spell. If there was an extra spell to choose, huh? That would be nice. I guess you could put like, I don't know what I would put even. Can't really think of anything. More of the companions, but I mean, what does that do? There's a chance to get purple item in T3. I believe it's 0.5% per unique item on the small bosses, 1% on Andariel, Duriel, Harmager, and maybe more on Belial. And so on T3 you get like 5-6 items per kill or something like that. So yeah, something like 2, 3, 4% per kill. I don't know. Maybe less, maybe more. Oh, lucky man. Best build for Rogue in Season 9. There's 3 options that are at the top, which is this, Twisting Blades, and Death Trap.
An equitable transaction. Shine on.
Maybe keeping that. Do these mats vanish quickly? The PA2 subreddit is becoming the same way, between everyone thinking they craft a military item and the end is complaining. Like D4 subreddit all over again. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly lots of D4 people that are playing or have played PA2, right? So you just have like the same complaining crowd everywhere. Makes sense, I think. If you don't moderate the hell out of that, it's gonna just become a cesspool. That forces us to play open world, nobody asked for it. Yeah. I do an incredible amounts of Hell Tides, World Bosses, and Legion events, man. And don't forget the random local events. Non-stop, basically. There's nothing else I can farm. Actually, I do have a good eagle horn. I just realized, maybe I don't have to do more beasts. This is fine. The only other thing I could actually get here is like another rank of manners or shit. What do you mean, Christos? Spirit, best character? It's the strongest. Well, outside of the newest Sorc bug. I guess Sorc has advanced to be the strongest now, because there's a bug with them. Okay, let me see this again. So I think we wanted to on Barb, right? Because... yes. And then Zir, Barb as well. So we save those. Ah wait, where's the hooves? Uribar? And Beast. Ah shit. Okay. Well, Uribar is not that hard to get at least. We have lots of Belial mods. I should maybe do some of the Belials. It's a lot of Belials. Let's do the pit here real quick. While this thing is up active. What can we farm? Easy peasy. 65. Are Ubers in general now? You can like kind of like overgear them. But on T4, Their bosses are still not trivial for sure, especially on the not super crazy builds. And Lilith is definitely kind of tough encounter still. Bug talking. Yeah, there's some infinite damage going on with Sorcs right now.
I forge more than a hammer sings on your return.
I mean, unless Blizzard employs like some full-time undercover agent, like, you know, going into the Diablo trade site to try to figure out who is a duper or something, and then they target ban someone. I mean, all this sounds like extremely unrealistic, I gotta say. So... But like, fix the duping once and for all. Yeah, I mean, the problem is not that people dupe items. Like in Diablo 2, people duped items. You know, everything was an individual item, right? And even like a rune, it wasn't stackable. It was just like one rune, and so on. So this Diablo 2 tech of deleting dupes doesn't make sense here because people dupe mats. And it's just like dupe stacks and stacks and stacks of mats, and they're all like the same stuff. And I doubt they have any kind of like IDs or some shit. Okay, I mean, I don't know the behind the scenes of that. Maybe there's like ways to do that and fix this.
It is done. My hammer sings on.
What value? I don't know if there's like a secret hidden achievement. Last season there was no secret achievement for completing the entire season journey. So kind of doubt it's now. What's the issue? Geodality. That sounds like you're yearning Jack and Shell Strom. That's the chess piece. honestly, he doesn't really have great aspect farming capability. I guess there's like this bargain, but I guess you just go pit and gamble for whatever you need. And you're gonna get stat when you have Starter Gear on. You can just gamble one item in every slot bell, and you're fine. You just take like 500 obols. Am I building the challenge right now? I think I have very good chances. That's because I have a lot of gear, a lot of paragons. I think I'm like, at least yesterday when I checked it, like I was by far a higher paragon than basically anyone there. So that alone, okay, some of them mained Druid from the start, so it might have similar gear or better gear even. But it definitely shows that I have progressed a lot compared to some of the other guys there. I mean, you see here, I'm like cruising for an 87, like a 5-minute clear or something. So if you go for like, I say 100, or maybe a bit higher than that, this is very realistic even at this stage. Still don't have a starless though. Most fun default build. Play pin shot. Blah. Yeah, if you're a Paragon 190, you probably have a lot of stuff to do. Wanna get the cliffs up, get some more Paragons, get your uniques and fix. Uniques are usually a huge power spikes. I wanna try to get at least like acceptable versions of the main uniques for your build. Then get the cliffs to 46 plus. I mean, at 190 Paragon, you have like most of the important stuff on the Paragons at least. But a bit more doesn't hurt. And you may mainly get it in a pit. Should I try to T4 Belial? I'll have no on this character than which character, huh? Let's see. Is it normal for Death to feel sluggish? Nope. You should spam it like 3 times per second and it should go off instantly. Okay, it's not instant, but it's pretty good. I guess we choose... Oh, good question. What do we choose? Urivar? 2, 4, 6... Seer? Mal schauen. 2, 4, 5... Is anything else? There's Paingoja, Frostburn. Maybe I'll do Uriva anyway. But I mostly care about the Rotting Nightbringer, and I already have an okay Paingoja, I guess. So I guess I choose Varshan. I think I need more mythics. Thanks for the tip. Oh. No! There goes the 2GA. Okay, gonna get some more mats. Let's go. Yeah, it sounds like your cooldown is not properly set up. Quick scope. I'm missing something. Or maybe not enough skill ranks, because that also contributes to cooldown. He's a perfect affix and ultimate cooldown Iridas. Is that something? Does someone care about that? Oh. Dude, to get so many GAs on Belial is actually insane. Like, just 2 kills, I got like 6 items or something. Which mythic do you want to craft? Definitely the Helm is the most important. That was way faster for some reason. And I don't know why. Picks up. You have 10.2 seconds. 10.2 seconds should be fine, quickscope. Do you also have 150 energy? And do you also have enough ranks and aftermath to get that energy back? Dude, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items from 2 kills. That's insane. But I was insane, man. Can we just stand there and tank them? Kinda. Dude, I get too many GAs, so I don't get enough gold. It's funny, but true. I wonder why he died so fast the other time. One time he just died. I guess it was like perfect overlapping of the pools or something. But still, it was like at least twice as fast. Takes forever to get them off. Do you have Eyes in the Dark equipped? And if not, do you have the Traps Arm Faster Temple? And the better question is, why do you not have them? You want one source of Traps Arm Faster, which is usually on the Eyes in the Dark. That's also never. I guess I could hand out some of the Rotting Nightbringers that I find. Titan Druids mostly come from the bosses, but then they also randomly drop from like pits or something. Can you stagger Belial at all, by the way? Like, he doesn't have a stagger. I don't stagger him at all. I just noticed. Yeah, let me do like a bit more here and then I'll have some Nightbringers. triple chest. Yeah, you choose a boss when you open a chest, and then you get the loot from that boss on Belial. He doesn't have his own loot. What's the point of overpower damage to exist? The overpower damage values are generally a little bit higher than the other damage types. Because it's like, you know, less common to overpower. So I gave them like some bigger values. Is it more efficient to kill Belial instead of a specific boss? Yeah, Belial is like 10 times better. But the remotes are very rare if you farm them yourself. You can only do so many Belials, you know, you have to do like dozens of bosses to do a few Belials. So it's basically just like the big reward, the big loot pinata after doing the hard work, kinda. And mostly to like, it's a kind of a bit of a joker, you know, like you do all the other bosses, you get a bunch of Belial mods, and then you use Belial to fix the bad RNG that you had on the way. You know, like for example, I have all my stuff, but I'm missing Lightbringer, so I'm just opening Barshan boxes now until I get a Lightbringer. Nikolai, and good, and you?
Bless and thank you.
I'm trying to get my Druid ready for the push tomorrow. Big push day tomorrow. I ran Pulv all the way. But I barely leveled this character. He's also a twink. You're probably too low Paragon. And too high Torment here for your own good, Lefanias. What you can do is use a normal helm. Put some armor and rest there. And also make sure you have the res on other pieces, like a ring, for example. You can get rings with res.
How can I help?
Reroll max life to res. That's a yikes. Because you also want all the life you can get, because it's also a squishy build even if you have the res. So realistically you want to have life on every piece, and you want to have the res to the point where you're capped. You can also use instance. If you're not already doing that, make sure you do that. There's a 10 max res instance. And then, yeah, maybe if you're like already chilling in Torment 4, then maybe prioritize the res nodes on a Paragon a bit more than the other stuff. One somewhat desperate solution would also be to use a Yen's Blessing or a Rakenov's Wake boots. They have a lot of res. But no life. What is the max soul built on? Say you need 150 energy and Rob says 275. Well, maybe because maybe Rob enjoys playing builds on the past, I don't know.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
I don't like Companion Druid very much. I tried it like back in season 4 or so, but maybe I'll try it again sometime. If I can find like a way to like pull stuff properly with like with the runes these days with the vortex, maybe it will be okay. I feel like the AoE was kind of lacking. I can't like how much HP he actually has. It's gonna be kind of good knowledge. And close these Lightbringers, close. But each pump is like, I don't know, 5-6 billion? And do like 10, 15 hits maybe. It's like maybe 100 billion. It's not even that much, it seems. And now I do so much damage. I don't get it. Like the numbers were just way higher. So that 5, 6, 7 billion. But where is that coming from? Now it's back to normal. There's an emote like that already, excuse me. It's called Drama. Is it hard to farm unique now? No.
Very good. Thank you.
The forge is always hot.
Can you explain mechanics of the strong rooms? You go in, you try to get to 6 out of 6 rewards, open the chest, boom. Pretty straightforward, I think. Just trying to go from like the shrines to the, I don't know what they're called even, the clickables. I'd really like to get an explanation for why I'm randomly doing like triple the damage sometimes. But only like every 10th kill. Yeah, I mean, on Spiritborn and stuff you would expect this. But here, like everything is very consistent, like I'm not sure where it's coming from. I don't know if it quacks. Try to activate Grizzly. No, that's not it. But here at the end, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, the numbers were way higher. I mean, okay, this is... What's it called? $30 or 45 at full life, almost increase our power damage up to 25% for every difference. But I mean, this should be not that impactful. And with Thunder it starts right away. I don't use Xan. I use health and yeah, like the runes are not doing anything. And Assessor Guidance is always up. My Pulv costs 23 right now. I have 3 Pulvs and I got it. You can use escalation, so it's just fine leveling. You get plenty anyway. But beware that it get harder. On my Tatter's position, so they go through him, cutting his defense. What do you mean? Slivers. Tatter was going through his hand. I mean this season power. The season power doesn't do anything though. Yikes. I guess Fantasy just lose shifting passives. That could be definitely something. Because I click the chest and then I was just chilling in human form, and after that I cast something to be in bear form again. That still doesn't really explain why I killed him so fast sometimes. It's 42%. Yeah, sometimes I randomly just do triple the damage without taking quick shift again in between. So even if quick shift is off, it's off like all the time. It doesn't matter. But sometimes my numbers just go to 7 billion instead of 1.5 billion. And I don't know why. But it only happens like every 10 kills. Oof, man. This was a yikes, I gotta say. This was all my Belial mods almost. And this is looking really dire. I don't even have one good 1GA Lightbringer, man. What the fuck? There was a 12 billion in there. Yeah, and also quick shift now, right? Okay. Maybe it's a quick shift and then sometimes some good procs. I mean, you also have the double hit from the Pulv, right? So if this triggers like, you know, a few times in a row and stuff. Okay, I guess you want to summon and then like instantly cast the shockwave. So you're just chilling in bear form again. But it's a bit late now because I'm already out of quick shift. the Paragon node for 15% doubled poison. This is only for dots. That's not for direct hits. Although I guess there could be some weird mechanic here with Baneglyph, because it's a poison puddle, and then that could be actually interesting. This would be interesting to try. Maybe it works actually, because it comes from a puddle. A patch plan is on description software. Okay, I have a lot of Lightbringers here. Whoever wants one, get ready and add me. I have a lot now.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
No upgrade for myself. Unlucky. Okay, 5 more. Would be cool if Belaya would let you farm uniques for other classes. I'm not sure if it would enjoy that. Then you would just always go in here with like your strongest character and that's it. Wait, what? Did my quick shift drop anyway? From what? Strange. Oh no, here's a 6. Then what else is that? Ah, this is not stackable. Okay, okay, it's just the other one. All fine then. Didn't have the Titan stop rate. I only have 9 Titans after all this. And I think I had some still. Okay, anyone else wants a free Rotting Lightbringer? Hardcore? Or establish them? Did you add me? I'm going to turn on crossplay when I'm done here. Yo, a triple amulet, holy login, dude. Insane. Hit Paragon 40 on hardcore doing got the mage, so I just have it glyphs before I try anything crazy. I mean, it's a very tanky build, just make sure your armor resistances stay capped. And then you can definitely move up. As long as you keep your kill speed high, I guess, you're fine.
That looks worn. I can fix that.
You should get one spark per GA on the mythic is salvage. There'll be a lot of sparks. Okay, we go there in a second. Okay, let's meet in Kurast, guys. Whoever wants the Lightbringer. Thoughts on Flash Render? Seems very powerful. And will that make Zedic valuable? But it used to be very good in Season 2. But, I mean, it's still very good if you want to be, like, invincible. It's a very strong defensive option. Probably the most defensive item in the entire game, actually. So if I just want to, like, face tank everything on Lilith and stuff like that, you equip a Zedic, get some resource regeneration, and you're chilling. Hey, cheese kidders. Okay, whisper me guys for Lightbringer, whoever added me. Say more people. I love them in my stash. Here's one. Here's one, so both of them are basically identical. Good affix and willpower. I can keep one for later. How do I have 5 digits? Yeah, I made this account in 2015, I think. Or 2016. You have to turn on crossplay. Wait, I forgot to turn it on. Never mind. I just relogged and didn't do anything. Yeah, I'll keep on. Alright. Enjoy. You're in softcore, that doesn't work. Sorry, friend. Okay, who else? He just added me again. It doesn't work, you're in softcore. Okay, who else? Gonna do a quick unnecessary run. And apparently I'm in normal difficulty. Nice, we found a jar rune, so I didn't have to go to the stash. Imagine having a clan stash. That would be a nice feature to bring back, to introduce, I think. Rabies from Grizzly Rage doesn't interact with rabies, nothing works. Nice. Not that there would be any risk of me ever putting any points in there, but that's good knowledge. I remember when the Rabbit Bear aspect came out, I actually tried to make a build of it. It was like, pork. It's now or never. Turns out it was never. Executes. It's because how else would my chat entertain me with questions like these? And you think I'm the streamer, I'm supposed to entertain you, but it's actually the other way around. You're doing a fabulous job. I think I've been reading a lot. How to rate the current late game content of the Falk Battle PoE 2? It's a bit more exciting in PoE 2, I guess, since you have a bit of a higher challenge. But it has improved in D4 lately. It definitely takes some progressing. I wish we had like as badass boss fights that are actually like long and lots of cool mechanics that are reasonable to do. Okay, who added me? Who wants the thing? We didn't touch it for seasons now. Well, then there's actually a chance you didn't even play the expansion, right? In that case, you have a lot of things to see. But even if you have played Season 6, there's a bunch of stuff since then. Those. Little 55 guy. Good luck. This time we do go back to Torment 4, but in the previous party we didn't. What the fuck? Enjoy, Malka. Anyone else have like, I don't know, 5 more or so? Lightbringers. on hardcore. Yeah, I'm great, and you? Best build is Druid build this season. I was Flashwind and Ball Rise that are fighting for the top. With Ball Rise being way easier to set up. Second character still has 2, 1,750 Adam. What is 2? Okay.
My hammer sings.
No plans to shred. Thank you, level 3 critter, by the way, from Prime. Appreciate that. Pretty sure I could do T4 and Ariel as well if I tried. Probably not be such a big deal. I don't really want to risk this character before the push tomorrow. And Ariel is the rippiest boss. Plus the bug has not been fixed yet. She does consistently die after 2 phases, which is nice right now. We're hitting at 90. I've done like 87 earlier. In like, I don't know what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Still pretty chill. And I'm listening to status. I don't have status. I guess it's not such a big deal, but still a pretty good item.
How can I help? Come back if you need the forge.
Yeah, I mean, there's big aspects. I could do the push without it, but I don't want to. Is Druid the safest route to go on hardcore? Yeah, Druid is like invincible basically. Like not even hyperbolic, I'm like 5 times tankier than my Spiritborn. As long as you stick to bear. Yeah, the bear is just like insanely tanky. Seems kind of overtuned to be fair. I don't think it's a high risk of Druid getting nerfed. Season pass are as weak as it seems to me. Yes. Fire is no one hit? Not on a druid.
Another time then.
Fucking hell. Tips to avoid a Belial slam. You don't have to stand at melee range when he slams you, you know? I knew it. Hey, David. Is the catalytic cooldown jewel bug? Doesn't it affect the catalyst cooldown or the skill it's binded to? No, it's for the skill, not for the catalyst itself. And maybe it doesn't show in town. So walk out of town and go off the horse. Fist of Fate generally does not work with dots, but there are some exceptions for dots that come from a direct hit. For example, Poison Imbuement or the Balazan Pants. Maybe some other examples too. think they're going to buff the scrolls. I don't know. I think they just made them so that you have something to do for the people that will complain otherwise. And they didn't want to make them good, and that's it. But yeah, they're really bad. Best way for Unforgotten Souls is this. This build is called Pulverize. And that was all the Endarials. Okay. We got 9 husks again though. You can get the new weapon from Urva and from Vashan. It's very easy if you farm these bosses. Red Dragonfly, by the way. That's what I did. I just went in there straight away after I hit 60. Killed them a few times. And that's it. And then I went into Torment 4 basically. Harbinger time. We have a pit thing as well. 45 minutes. I kinda like that. I think we'll do that real quick. Okay, 87 again. Harbinger's yikes, a lot of downtime. I mean, on T3 I one-shot him anyway without Grace 3, it's fine. But I have to read it on consideration. I guess one thing I could do is take Calm Before the Storm. 10% chance. Okay, never mind. We'll see how Harbinger goes. I guess the rage is 35 seconds. Should be fine. Companions in Nago, Ohm. Yeah, I feel like just an Ohm rune is not really convincing me to do that. But you can just have Tool or some other perks, like even Vex. There is Rabies, that's passively procced here with Rabbit Bear, but you don't really invest into it. It's just there to give the poison debuff. Wait, what? Oh. Harbinger loot pool is bugged. Well, I heard that Ophidian Iris from Harbinger is missing a stat. But only if you select it from Belial. Which begs the question, why would anyone select Harbinger loot from Belial when the default is a Dariel, which is literally the same loot table? Defensive CDR is not affecting evade. There's cooldown and evade cooldown, and that's it. Dude, attack speed has actually become a good stat now on Pulv. Incredible, but true. I think it's gonna be so bad on Harbinger with 35 seconds Cozy Rage. My rogue once got hit by the jump and survived. And my druid is probably like twice as tanky. So I think I should be fine. Like on T3 at least, I will not have issues I think on Harbinger. Yeah, T4 Harbinger I'm gonna wait until after tomorrow. I mean, Grizzly Mage is only 20% DR, it doesn't give anything else for defense. So even if Grizzly drops, I'm fine, no? I guess the Unstoppable drops as well. So I guess I lose roughly half of my toughness actually. Actually, like how much HP is like a turn in compared to like a pit? $97.7. 800k. So that's like 10% of a pit. Thank you, Blizzard. That's actually insane. Honestly, here, let's just do that thing. Yeah, let's see. Why do you want a dog anyways? It's mats. I have mats, so we found the dog. That's mostly it. I mean, I could do it on Rogue as well. It's fine on Rogue. Let's see. Nightmare XP grind of 300 Paragon. Yeah, there was a brief moment in time when we thought that could be a reality. But, as you say in German, Pustekuchen. Can you keep hitting him here? Refresh the timer. Okay, let's see. I actually did come out of Crazy. Wait, did I come out of Crazy Rage because of this thing? Wait, I want to see that. That's actually fucked up if that's true. I had to like not walk down there. I want to see it. Because I was hitting him and he just died. And then I lost the Grizzly Rage. Yeah, look. My Grizzly Rage just vanished. That's insane. What the fuck? Very cool mechanic. Okay. Let's make the Forgotten Souls bosses. There's also the Material Nightmare Dungeon affix, which is not bad. Anyway. Quick pit for the Whisper. That's how you win the Harbinger Mats. Yeah, Hamager's fine. On T3 you can do it relatively easily. And I can also do it on T4. I might do it on a rogue eventually on T4 or something. Oh, you know my PayPal, Danger? Can you do without Mythics? You mean for the push tomorrow, Pavan? I mean, as long as you try to get a... If you get a Perdition, you're fine, I think. Perdition is the big item for Pulv. Although, there's Lucian. I don't think if we really, you know, get such a large boost on any of the Mythics actually on Pulv. Like, all the Mythics have good replacements. Insatiable Fury is fine. Normal Ring with the Aspect is fine. And Lucian is fine. There is no difference between Bomb and Crit, as long as they have the same value. But for Lightning Spear, in particular, you should take a look at the aspect. Although maybe that changed actually. Did it change the aspect to not longer work with Crit at all? I'm not sure. Might have capped it or removed it, I don't know. You have Vasily equipped? What are you trying to do with Vasily exactly? I was ready to get going. Relatively easy. Crit and OP are all the same calcs. Yeah, they're all in the same damage category. As long as you meet the conditions, you're fine. But yeah, some builds have certain benefits. Yeah, okay, they removed this here. So in the past we used to stack critical strike damage for splintering energy. And that gave this aspect a bigger multiplier, but they removed that now. Yo, Miku, hello. I know Miku. One of our Barb guys. Maxwell. Whirlwind. It's our local Whirlwind enjoyer. They didn't buff this thing, right? I have a Bamboozle if they buffed it, but I'm gonna take it just for the hell of it. 99.3. Oh, wait a minute, they did buff this. What the fuck? Okay, wait. We had 993.3. This thing gave me 35 million. That's actually huge. Or was it because it was legendary?
How can I help? The forge is always hot.
Okay then. Nice. See you, Suffer. How does one out a cube but if only 1 or 2 powers and only unique sounds? Well, you can't put uniques in there. If anything, aspects. Because uniques have a item budget that is a combination of stats and the power. And an aspect is always a similar power budget. So if you want to make a cube reasonable, you have to not include uniques. So generally the idea sounds nice. Practically, everyone is gonna baby rage because it's copy pasta from D3. But then everyone is also gonna be like, pork, it's copy pasta from D3. And everyone loved the cube in D3. So I'm not sure which one would outweigh here. But realistically, we need better solutions, I think. He's very nice with the petition, I gotta say. When you get a starter, it's gonna be pork, man. What if instead of cube, sphere? The heraldic sphere. Let's go.
It is done.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I hope the inn has something to warm me.
For what build you for, yeah? Pulv. I think on Pulv I'll prioritize Perdition first. Haven't I done 150 like the other Monka Sorcs? No, I have not, and I don't think I will. Because this will be long fixed before I ever start a Sorc, so it's fine. Do we do like some escalation? Dude, I have so many fucking compasses, what the fuck?
Bashing below shining beauty. Not a bad pull. Below shining beauty. What's left, you ask? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Should a Heartseeker or ranged rogue leveling? I don't know. Should both be fine, I think. When you close, when you shapeshift, your clothes just revert back to the original form. And this is your fur. Easy. Best pyro and everything is running the pit in like 60 to 90 seconds. It's as high as you can. And luckily, these days you can do that infinitely, because you get fucking 5,000 stones on the season journey. 4,000, I don't know. They literally give you enough stones to just grind the Paragon 300. Like, here, take them. Kinda interesting. Oh, nice. Yeah.
It is done.
Tier reserve, let's go. Is that new unique, new mythic unique? No, Symphony. Hasn't been one in a while. Thank you, Aaron, for what's up. Any strong rooms in chat here? Best way to get ancestral gear. It's not hard. For legendaries it's the pit. For uniques it's the bosses. I think P240 needs an overhaul. They're overhauling it every season in some way. Eventually they're gonna have everything overhauled, I guess. And then they're gonna do like another overhaul of everything. Then it's gonna be okay. Yo, well, Paragon leveling in Nightmare isn't holy. Well, this would mean they would have to release like a full month earlier or something like that. Out of nowhere. Wonkas, that's unrealistic. I mean, the default schedule is way faster than the last Epoch schedule. So even if they can align it now, they would probably desync later anyway. Let's just cut the next season short. They also need to finish that development, right? So I'm pretty sure that they chose this date because they just weren't done before. You know, while D4 is like pumping out the seasons, basically. Next 3-4 weeks are empty. I mean, I guess PoE2 launches in 4 weeks or so, so you should start getting teasers in 2 weeks, announcement in 3 weeks, and then we have, you know, stuff to work on already and shoe, right? So Epoch is far away right now. Hierarchy. Is Exile used on any build at all? Nope. Yeah, I mean, Ali made her choice and that's what it is now. They're not gonna come out suddenly like 5 weeks earlier than planned. I don't think that's happening. Usually come out later than planned, not earlier. 5 weeks is a bit, that's literally half a season. But what if? Dude, last Epoch announces, guys, Friday, login, next week. That'll be funny. Not a single strong on many of those 3 dungeons. Greetings.
Hello. Hello.
D4. Let's go. Until Titan Quest 2 comes out. We're gonna get the announcement for Titan Quest 2 on 1st of August, I think. And they said it will be early access in summer, so I guess it will also be later in August or maybe early September. So I guess they're gonna be like after last Epoch potentially, because early August is gonna be occupied by PoE2, late August by last Epoch. So I guess they're gonna probably like put it into like first week of September is my guess or something. Unless they just say, fuck it, we don't care. Plus 10 to wolves. Wow. It's actually a good roll. Anyone playing companions? It's a good build apparently. The Mastery Maker in the Season Journey. Chapter Destroyer. You asking some questions? What the fuck? Just 5 events. That's it. Just do 5 events in 30 minutes. Strong room. Max barrier cap is 100% of your life. And if you play Crushing Hand or Balazan, you don't need the Cure rune, that's correct. It's also not on the guide. You can do Exile for more defense, or you can do any of the other defensive or offensive runes. Mod is not bad for the Shrouds, they give you more than Exile in most cases, I guess. Yeah, Helltide is fine, just run around, do the events. I mean, the event usually lasts like 1 or 2 minutes. I was using Bug Jar, right now I'm trying Neo Jar. Seems kinda similar, but Bug is maybe more consistent, and it works when you're not in combat. Erotic runes you want free on the jewelry? I mean the jewels? Oh, I just realized we have a Crimson Market PC giveaway very soon, by the way. It's just today. in 15 minutes. Rax is doing the poll today. For anyone who still wants to sign up. I'll explain it in a second. It is a bit funny, Monkus. But I don't know. In the end, I guess what matters is the exposure, and I guess for many people, Rax is still considered the Diablo guy, even if he doesn't play the game. You know, people just stamp a label on something and then ignore whatever comes after. People still think Druid does 17 damage, you know? That is what it is. $17 billion, that's more like it. Okay, so exclamation mark, Crimson Market. Let's do that here. They have a PC giveaway, so they have been doing this for a long time now. And they're giving away this thing here, which is called the Kintsugi. As these specs, you can sign up with the golden ticket for free. So the way this works is they have like a kind of like a subscription model for like their loyalty club, it's called. There's different tiers. You can sign up with any of them. You get a 1 month free royal tier that you can't cancel immediately. And if you don't want to stay in there, then you do that. You have to sign up with your PayPal or Stripe account. I did give them some feedback about last time because there were people that were a little bit confused and stuff, and hopefully they've improved this. But either way, you don't have to stay subscribed, and the first one will cost 0. So that's the idea of this. The giveaway will happen in 10 minutes on Rax's stream. Basically, everyone who signs up with this will be entered into the giveaway. You don't have to be there or present or anything. It's just gonna be like a large wheel of names where everyone is on, basically. They have like a nice little preview here. There's also this here, the previous winners, with where they are. Very cool. And you have some other giveaways as well for their club members. So, for example, Steam Deck in 14 days, PlayStation 5, and so on. Yeah. If you don't know Crimson Market, oh look, that's me. They also have more on the site, which is, for example, Diablo 4 trading. I've been using that in the past. I'm not really trading that much right now. But this is also what they have here, and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, membership, you can see all the perks if you sign up. But the big thing is the giveaways they do. So I'll link that. And then we're gonna watch the poll on Rax's stream when it happens in 10 minutes. Okay, run Crisis. They do pretty big machines usually. I mean, there's a 5080 in there and other stuff, so Seems good. Para gaming guy is cool. Yeah, he's like an last Epoch guy, right? I don't really know him though. But I did raid him like once or twice because people told me to raid him. Diablo 4 and PvE 2. Okay. I would say Pulv is S tier build this season. I guess it's definitely a bit stronger than I had anticipated. Not sure if it goes into S though. It's very nice and comfy build though. Five minutes, guys, for the PC. You want to sign up? If there was no attack speed cap and then play Pulv. Could do some funny stuff on some builds, I think, with no attack speed cap, I gotta say. Which builds are really fun and beginner friendly. This. How much crit chance do I have? I'm capped on this character. Attack speed number you have 150 active number on close quarters. What does stat sheet should say in town? That includes everything that I have in the planner. So we have close quarters. And is there any other boss? A chemical advantage. know what would be OP in this game? Homing pads, dude. You can and should use a Starless on this build.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, true. I think I didn't put in a plan yet. It's like kind of like a small thing, the Stardust. But if you have it, I'll investigate again. I think it would drop probably retaliation for it. Not a huge upgrade to go Stardust. It's mostly a push thing, I'd say, because you often have downtime while running like this, and then your stacks drop. So... But also, yeah, I just realized we don't need to see cooldown so much, increase duration as much because of this bug right now. So Stardust is also easier to include.